What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late night logical, plausible, probable. We're gonna be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up, but I will tell you this: before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What is up, everybody on YouTube, coming in for some entertainment on this late night Saturday. I've had a busy day, had a crazy week, been running around like a maniac. But earlier today, I was having some, I was cracking myself up, to be honest, and I was messing around with some new stuff, some new branding for the channel. Stuff that you can't see up in the corner. You see the new logo. You saw the new animated logo in the intro of that video. And I was goofing around, messing around with the extended version of the music bed I'm using, and started ad-libbing some random stuff about doing a late night after show. Anyway, I kind of cracked myself up, got some entertainment out of it, and said, hey, why don't I see if I can put together a little promo, and we will do a late night stream in recognition of my own entertainment, entertaining myself with some ad-libbing. Audio's low again? What the? I don't understand this. I literally did a private test stream before this, and audio was coming through perfect. Do not understand what is the deal here. So anyway, also rolling out some... Okay, so... How do I test the microphone before... on a private stream, and now you guys can't hear? Man, this is... I don't understand. I literally did a private stream before this to find out what was going on with the audio. And now you're saying it's messed up again? I don't understand. I literally did a private stream before this to find out what was going on with the audio. Okay. Now you're saying it's messed up again? I don't understand. I literally did a private stream before this to find out what was going on. Okay, how can I hear myself just fine on my phone and other people aren't able to hear me? This makes absolutely no sense. Okay. It's messed up again. Oh. Okay, how can I hear myself just fine on my phone? I don't understand what's going on. Anyway, folks, turn up your freaking volume. I don't know what the problem is. I've got the mic up, I got gain up, I can hear myself. Turn your volume up. So, I don't know what I was going to say about that. Anyway, a bunch of entertainment this week of just the, different streams. SFT's had a bunch of great stuff. We had Dr. Tour just issuing utter annihilations of the variety of stupidity coming from Dave Farina, also known as Wannabe Dave, for abiogenesis. And then, it's almost as if our Evo atheist folks here on YouTube that just don't, it's like they don't look beyond their own talking points. And it's like they expect us to have looked past them when we offer evidence in support of our position and things that completely debunk their positions. Somehow it's like it gets completely removed from the equation and is not actually considered. So it's like, you don't have any evidence for X. So you go and you deliver the evidence, and they're like, you still don't have any evidence for X. It's kind of amazing that it's like in no other context of academia, professional life, would you ever be considered a remotely competent individual if, when you ask somebody to back up their BS, which is one of my favorite statements, and they do, you then claim that you don't know what they're talking about, or what they said doesn't actually answer the question when they clearly answered your question. And it's like an ongoing trend with these folks, and I really don't understand it. And then you got idiots like Wannabe Dave, this whole thing with Dr. Tour. And what I'm finding very entertaining about this is over on Aaron Raw's channel a couple days ago, Wannabe Dave went on there, was talking all this jazz, and then they started asking him questions about the thing that shall not be named, which has been causing all sorts of issues for all of us on the global level, and the treatment that we're all supposed to be taking for it. And what I thought was very interesting was that man, Dave Farina, stated that we as humans do not have the ability for reverse transcriptase. We don't have those appropriate components, if you will. We do, ladies and gentlemen. We 100% do. I have papers in my Drive folder on the subject. I Googled it again just to make sure I hadn't forgotten something. We absolutely do. And then we have wannabe Dave doubling down on this and talking about how, it was so funny in the interview with Aaron Ra. He was talking about how ignorant people who weren't paying attention in ninth grade biology when they were learning about this, were misinformed. And I'm like, wow, dude, wow. You are literally saying other people don't know what they're talking about while continuing to prove the fact that you don't know what you're talking about, while simultaneously telling us all that Dr. Tour doesn't know what he's talking about in relation to chemistry, or any other scientist on the ID creationist side of the equation must be a completely uninformed individual with absolutely zero understanding of insert topic. If we don't agree with the standard, the status quo that's being spewed by academia, and the atheist evotards whose entire worldview is just desperately in need of a foundation, because what do they have? Nothing. They have nothing but a quicksand bed that they're standing in, and it's getting to the point of, I'm really starting to wonder how these people put their pants on in the morning. I mean, it's really getting to that point. I mean, are we dealing with people who have significant cognitive issues? And if so, why do we continue to give them any level of credibility? It's ironic they like to project and accuse us of being all flat earthers. And actually, in line with that, some of you do know this. I actually rolled out earlier this week. I rolled out some new T-shirts just for fun. I'm actually going to be doing a launch promo. They're going to be 30% off, and if you want to see some of them, I'm actually going to play a video real quick. So watch the screen, folks. Stop side chat and watch the screen real quick. So if you head on over to my Teespring site, put in code LPP30, and you get 30% off the shirts there. That last one, if you're watching the video, that last one is evolution, noun, the new flat Earth. Because to me, it's really reaching the extreme when you look at the mental gymnastics, the level of just complete suspension of rational critical thinking in terms of the justification of the fundamental positions. I mean, their fundamental positions require so much mental gymnastics. I don't know how you can actually be considering yourself to be a person of valid analysis and critical thinking skills when there is no other profession, none, in which you could make these kinds of arguments and not be considered a complete and utter, flat earther. So it's kind of crazy. But before we turn it over to open mic, something I'm working on. This is not completed yet. I'm gonna give you all a quick run through on a little side topic that's kind of in relation to what I've been discussing this past couple months in relation to the code argument. And one of the things that keeps being brought up is that the DNA is just the substrate, It is not actually the code. And I think this really stems from people's lack of understanding in relation to the different components of what information is and ultimately what codes are, and the relevance of shape, symbol, and substance of what makes up an alphabet and its relevance in relation to communication theory, coding theory, and ultimately information theory. And very often people think that, oh, if it's not an electric impulse, then none of this applies, and that is just a categorically false statement. And people really need to become educated before they continue to postulate these things or debunk or dismiss the code arguments. I'm going to give a very brief little overview. This is being I'm still working on this and getting this all put together. And let's do a quick share. And like I said, here in about 10 minutes, we turn things over to, we'll have an open mic discussion, have some fun. All right, yeah. All right, so some of this is from the presentation I did during the interaction with Professor Dan Stern Cardinal in relation to how these things work together, how they apply to genetics and actually organic codes in general, and then is it ultimately literal or figurative? So apparently, in spite of the great detail that I went into and the substantiation of my arguments from peer-reviewed papers published in high-level journals by well-accredited individuals whose papers have been heavily cited by other academics, apparently I still didn't dumb things down far enough for people on YouTube. So I got to continue on this a little bit more. So again, what is a code? A code is a system of rules to convert information such as letters, word, sound, symbols, or impulses into another form, sometimes shortened or secret for communication through a communication channel or storage in a storage medium. I don't know how much more straightforward that can be. That's a literal definition out of the book. It does not have to be a electric impulse or have that in relation to whether or not you can construct it or construe it as code. And also, it does not have to have an immaterial state. It can have part of it can be physical. Okay, so 3 levels of semiotic rules. Or today, I'm going to talk about syntactic, the formal properties of signs and symbols, e.g., shapes, grammar, and structure. So, the rules, the structure, the grammar, and in many cases, the literal shapes. So, putting that in context, what the heck do you think your alphabet is in English? Does it have shapes for the letters? Can they be instantiated into different mediums? Yes, they can. But the shape is part of the syntactic level of information and has nothing to do with, we assign semantic value to it, but it still isn't a component in its own right in relation to what actually is information and ultimately what is code. Okay, so what is required to create a code? You have to have a source alphabet. It has to be defined. It can be created from scratch, or you can take an existing one and assign a new set of values to what? The target alphabet. So like the source, it can already exist, but it is often a de novo creation, and in modern communication, it is highly likely to be translated into an existing machine code. However, these all required original design and are often being modified to keep up with new variables, and then ultimately, regardless of what ultimate channel you use, you still have to have a medium which will be associated with the channel portion of the communication system and is desired to be optimal for noise reduction, which, as I discussed in the other presentation, is all about minimizing the loss of information and accounting for the probabilities of corruption of data, and then being able to account for that on the other end in terms of decryption and reconstruction for error correction codes and things of that nature. Now, what is an alphabet? In formal language theory, a string is defined as a finite sequence of members of an underlying base set. This set is called the alphabet, or a string of or collection of strings. Okay, let's dumb it down again. Members of a set. The members of the set are called symbols and are typically thought of as representing letters, characters, or digits. So in the context of the genetic code, we have what? We have nucleotide base pairs, which are operating as digits that are then being formed into triplet base pairs called codons. This is straightforward. Now, in binary, you've got 0 and 1 as the root letters of that alphabet, and then the members, and then they can be extrapolated out through extensions to represent different character values as they're being signed in different code sets. Now, going back to the physical aspect, which seems to be, a lot of people seem to have a very hard time with comprehending the premise that if something is physical, therefore, because in modern computer systems and telecommunication, everything is electronic, therefore, it can't qualify if you're talking about a physical medium. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but binary was invented back in like 1703, I think it was. We didn't even know about all this stuff yet. So the original version, yeah, it still existed well prior to electronic systems. So just because we now in the modern era assign electric impulses at specific voltages to equal those values, that doesn't mean that the underlying logic and value association and code mapping and the ability to transfer information through binary through a different medium is not still in place. Oh, sorry, 1701. Okay, now, can the medium be part of the syntax? And that is absolutely yes. So in this context, you've got these little pictures. You've got wood, you've got chalk, you've got wax, you've got metal, all making up different letters T. They're slightly different shapes, but you are able to recognize that is the letter of the English alphabet, which has been associated in our minds with the sound of T and the different things that are associated with that letter. But from a syntactic perspective, the shape has significant relevance, and therefore the medium also has relevance in relation to the shape in terms of how we understand to decrypt the information. Now, going back to DNA, I find it truly fascinating that people think because the DNA has non-coding regions and coding regions and a variety of other components to it and factors to it, that somehow because the sequences are also made out of DNA, that this means there is no way to have syntactic code in the DNA itself, like inside of the sequences. And I really find this extraordinarily difficult to comprehend. Anybody would come to that conclusion if they have a modicum of understanding of communication theory. And really kind of trying to dumb this down, look at the box, or look at the picture in this slide. You've got wooden letters inside of a wooden box. So they're both made out of the same medium. One is contained inside of the other, of the same medium. However, nobody would ever argue that because they're both made out of wood, that the letters are not part of the alphabet of the English language code. Nobody would make that argument. Why then do people continue to perpetuate the argument that because DNA has both non-coding region structural components and coding sequences, that somehow that does not make the sequences and the logic behind them and the structure of the codons equal to the alphabet values of the genetic code? It makes no sense to me how anybody comes to that conclusion. I think they really need to start thinking about it before they perpetuate that ongoing thought. Now, if you said yes, that somehow everything I just said is incorrect in terms of can they be ruled the same thing, well, the image speaks for itself. Go read some stuff. And other folks say that DNA is just the hardware, not the software. Folks, it is both. It is both. And if you go do some basic research on root machine language, very often the hardware and the software are together. I had very root machine code, hardware, software. It is instantiated in a physical medium. This is a fact. This is a reality. This has been done. This is how it was prior to modern technology. Anyway, I'm going to put this into a much more contrite and concise manner here shortly, but this has been frustrating the heck out of me this week, and decided to go off on a rant tonight. So I'm hoping that people can begin to comprehend this, because with this last thing I want to talk about, can a medium have multiple functions? And obviously the answer is yes. It can be the storage medium and or the channel and or the syntactic portion of the message and or part of the hardware. And we need to wake up to reality that we're not, in terms of communication theory, information transfer, we're not limited to wavelengths. Information and communication theory are also applied to systems which have a physical medium. In this context, this picture you're seeing right here is Braille code. And let's see, in that sheet you're looking at there is a piece of metal that has raised bubbles in a binary code to enable people to read. So it's conducting multiple functions. And then beyond that, very last thing before we go to open mic here, is we are doing this exact thing in nucleic acid databases and molecular scale computing using DNA. We're using DNA both for the hardware computational component as well as the data storage medium. We're creating our own codes. We're creating new syntax. We're reprogramming the CPU, in this context the ribosomes, to read new syntax. And it's, anyway, long story short, I really just don't understand why academics, I mean, I grant some of the uninformed, brainwashed Evo atheists here on YouTube being uninformed, but folks who are educated in this continuing to double down on this and somehow try to escape because it has a dual function, that somehow it can't be both. I'm starting to find it very frustrating and almost naive for people that are taking that position. Anyway, enough of my tangent. Let's get back to having a good time here tonight. Let me. All right, folks, the link to join is in the description, and it is now in the side chat. Anyone wants to join, let's come on, let's have a good time. I'd love to hear what you guys have been through this week, anything new y'all have learned from all the awesome streams that have been happening, and hopefully we can have some good conversations leading into the Lord's Day. Oh man, what's up? Here we go. We've got the one and only Emery. How are you, my friend? Have you been getting some rest and relaxation this weekend, recovering from grad school work, or are you working hard to prepare for this coming Monday?
Combination of both. I took my first test in biostats over the weekend, and my head felt like it was going to explode on about Monday and Tuesday.
A couple days ago, I remember you came on a stream for a few minutes and you were talking about like you needed a break from it. You've been cramming for.
That had been 4 hours of playing in R script, trying to get a particular package of code that I needed to run. And I was just, at that point, I was just like, I am done. I have had enough. I need to do something other than stare at R script for a couple of hours. So, but I'm done with everything, all my assignments for the week. So I figured I could hop in for a little bit, and I really can't use my computer too much anyway because I'm running a mtDNA alignment anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're using a lot of your processing power right now, huh?
Essentially. So, because Yeah, mtDNA sequences are like 16,000 base pairs each, and I've got like 16 of them, or 17 of them. So, yeah. So I'm not. My computer's going to be locked up for a while.
Yeah, I can definitely say that's a lot of computation, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
You say you're having to do alignments.
Yeah, I'm doing alignments for. I guess I can mention this. One of a creation scientist who used to work for one of the big three organizations contacted me because I do a lot of like writing about baraminology on my website, and he contacted me about something I'd written about a particular organism a few years ago, and asked if I wanted to contribute to a paper he's working on. So,
Oh, congratulations! That's a nice little invitation. Given the
yeah,
fact you're still in grad school, that's I assume
yeah,
that excited you a little bit.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like that's going to be like that'll be a peer reviewed publication, which would be really cool, obviously. So, um, just getting that ability and being able to do that. That'd be really. I think that'll be really cool and something I can stick on a resume later and say, hey, I've got a peer reviewed paper to my name, even if it's in a creationist journal. But I won't point that out.
Well,
So.
hey, getting your feet wet. That's a good thing to be doing.
Yep.
Just getting into the next layer, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, the YouTube stuff's great, and like I enjoy the YouTube stuff, and I enjoy my writing that I do and whatnot. But this is on the level where these are the people, the people I'm sort of dipping my toe in the water with, are the people who are the thought leaders, the ones who are actually coming up with all the ideas that we spit out on YouTube and explain to people. Right. So that's really cool for at least on my end anyway. I'm a nerd, so
No, and it's one of those things of when I was much more active in business, I got a few phone calls from some pretty well known people. I'm dropping names, but like some pretty well known folks, and similar type of thing from a business setting. Like, hey, do you want to be involved in X? And it was kind of really, yes, I would.
Yeah, it's one of those no-brain decisions, where you're just like, I don't have to think about that. Where do I sign?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I got asked to be a speaker at this thing one time, and I was like sitting there thinking like, okay, I can't believe A, I'm getting this invitation, and B, the people I will be talking in front of, and where it's gonna be. It was one of those weird feelings because like at that point I was given doing public speaking and presentations and all that kind of stuff to high level board members and stuff, multiple times a week with my business. And it was the most bizarre feeling. I'm like, all of a sudden I had this like weird sense of nervousness, and it was like 6 months away from the event. I'm like, my palms were sweating, thinking about it. Like, oh man, I don't know if I don't know what the deal is. It's craziness, but.
Yeah.
So now, okay. So why are some people saying my mic is low again? Other people are saying they're hearing me fine.
Well, okay.
I don't understand this.
I think part of it might be due to like the actual output ability of their device, because like I could hear your intro that you played was fine, no issues whatsoever, and I didn't have to turn my volume up or anything. But to hear you now, like I've got my volume cranked to maximum.
I've got mic up. I don't know, but other people are saying they've got theirs on 50 and they're hearing me fine.
It might just be output. I mean, maybe maybe their device doesn't have the greatest mic output mic. I don't know.
No. I'm saying other people are saying they've got their volume is only on 50 and they're being able to hear me fine.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe it depends on their device, how well their device outputs sound, rather than. I don't know. Don't ask me. What do I know?
I adjust the freaking gain on this thing. I don't understand why I'm having issues with this microphone. It's really pissing me off. Patrick, can you hear me now? I've changed my gain. Can you hear me? I really don't understand why. I never had any issues with this, and all of a sudden, this past 2 weeks, it's been nothing but problems.
Yeah, I did notice that. I can turn my mic down if that would be better for everybody else. I can turn mine down.
I did notice that. I can turn my mic down.
There is a significant difference. Yeah, just listening.
Because like at that point, I was given good public speaking and presentations and all that kind of stuff to high level board members and stuff, multiple times a week. Okay, so I'm still coming through. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. People can hear me.
I'll turn my mic down, guys, for those of you who have got your mics way up so you can hear John. I'll turn mine down a little bit so you guys can hopefully not... Did that help, guys, in the chat? Did that lower my volume at all? Because I just played with my mic, so did that help?
No, we'll see. No, I mean, everybody's asking me if I've... the StreamYard microphone settings. I literally spent 2 hours yesterday doing a private stream and, like, testing to find the exact settings so that audio would come through well on StreamYard, and I literally spent 2 hours, and now people are saying they're having problems. Whatever.
Yeah. The old saying, "The devil is in the details," is incorrect. He's actually in the technology.
Yeah. My microphone has been possessed by a demon, and when I'm by myself, everything comes through great, and as soon as try to do it for an audience, let's screw it up, man. Let's.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man. If it makes you feel any worse, I am actually talking away from my microphone. My microphone is to my right, and I'm not even facing the thing. And I'm still louder than you. Don't ask me.
I do not understand this. This is a freaking brand new. This microphone is less than a month old. I do not understand. It's the exact same model as I had before. Getting really obnoxious.
Okay, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the thing is, like, I know like different mics have different variable. Like, when I got the mic I have now, I got 2 mics. I got one from this particular brand and one from a different brand because I was like, I don't know what I'm getting into, and I want to make sure that I don't end up with something that. So I tried the other one first, and the volume was really low. I had, for my podcast that I recorded with it, I had to turn the gain way up so I could actually hear myself. So I'm like, I ain't using that again. So I've been using this one ever since, and I love it. It's great. It works perfectly. So, and I can literally face my computer and have my microphone, probably 1.5 feet, 2 feet to my right, and hear you and talk perfectly fine. So it works out real nice.
Well,
not to rub it in at all, John. Sorry.
I don't know. For a year, I had no problems with microphones. My old Yeti finally bit the dust. I go and get a brand new one, same model, and then now I've had all these problems. I'm like, what? This makes no sense. But whatever. It is what it is. I've got to keep on going.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, though, and going back to dismantling the Evos, I tell you what, this week there has been a absolute deluge of some of the dumbest, most repetitive comments that I have seen in quite some time. I mean, on SFT's videos, or about your channel. I mean, the amount of triggering apparently you're doing to those guys. I mean, they're like over there.
I know exactly where that's coming from.
Reviewing your videos and just like going into full scale meltdown, and I'm just like, you guys are literally spending hours. Like, we've got to debunk this stuff coming from this in his image guy, and like just going off on you. And then of course they don't actually address anything of substance. It's like, oh, look at the title. Then they go off on a tangent about the title, and then it's like, I guess we should listen to something. And I kid you not, I seriously am getting some of the greatest amount of entertainment and laughter and just chuckles that I've had. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a guaranteed chuckle fest, go and watch the Atheist Weather Report over on Answers in Atheism, also known as Speed of Pudding, also known as Speed of Sound of Gravity. It is so funny when they go off on, say they're going to go off on, XYZ. They watch 30 seconds of the video, ramble for 45 minutes. Oh yeah, I guess we should keep watching. might make it 15, 30, maybe 15, maybe about 45 seconds, maybe. And then, oh yeah, well, screw this. I'm done with listening to this crap anyway. And then they go off and I'm like, oh, man, you can't make this up. You can't make this stuff up. It's too good. It's too good.
Yeah, I mean, I got a good chuckle out of the stream. I mean, other than the language, which I could have done without. Other than that, I got a good chuckle out of him and his buddies going after my titles. I have not watched anything of his since, because I don't want to waste my time and my brain cells. I'm in grad school. I got better things to do with my time. But so I know that they went after my video I did on fitness, which fine, whatever. I don't care. That's the whole point of the video, is for somebody to actually listen to it. I don't know how much they actually, listened to, but so.
Yeah, they were definitely triggered by that one. There's no doubt about that. It's
well,
and I got so much fun a couple days ago. The Gutsick Gibbon was, her and Leophilius were going back and forth about well, they were making jokes about the debate about socialism versus capitalism that I had with Leo a couple weeks ago, and they were making all these like super snide comments, and she makes this one about how they're going to have forced feminization of conservative alpha males, starting with John Maddox, right? And so I'm just like, this is too good, because as we all know, as everybody knows, Evos and atheists in general love to take things out of context and then extrapolate out this entire, history and what you actually meant, or what was meant 4,000 years ago, or whatever, right? Like, oh, no. It must have been X. And then here is all of this underlying, imagination story that we've created that substantiates their supposed, their hypothetical point, right? And it's like, so I took it out of context, just took the word, screenshotted it, posted it, and tagged Erica on purpose, right? Because the weather report stream's going on. Mm-hmm. And lo and behold, I'm talking within 5 minutes, Erica is like telling them that I'm like taking things out of context. It turns into a full scale like 45 minute analysis by these guys about how I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, I'm nuts. I'm a hyper literalist. I take everything super like straightforward. I have no sense of humor. I don't understand sarcasm.
Hyper literalism is hilarious coming from them.
Exactly. Well, exactly. That's why I was cracking up. And here's the ultimate irony. This is the ultimate irony. Is in the context of the conversation while Erica was typing this out, right? These idiots were talking about how supposedly you and I, Emery, it is our objective to institute a theocracy and to execute, quote, execute atheists. We want to exterminate them, their lives. And I'm just like, so I'm now being accused.
You can't see how hard I'm face palming over here. Good.
Of being too literal while cracking on their jokes, like making fun of their words. I'm now being accused of being hyper literal while they're claiming that we want to go and kill them. And I'm just like, man, you can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. It is too good. I was just,
I'm sorry. That's insanity. Like, I don't particularly. I mean, obviously, from an internal perspective, I care, but like from a political perspective, I don't particularly care what you believe. Like, you believe whatever you want. I don't care. I mean, I think I will tell you are wrong if I think you're wrong, but that's completely different than me wanting to make you believe what I do. And realistically, they're imposing what they actually believe on us, because they actually believe that. They will, not maybe Speed and his people, but the atheistic crowd are the ones, historically, if we go back through the last 150 years, they're the ones who want to, you must be an atheist or I'll, put a bullet in your skull. So if we want to go down, if we want to talk about, who wants to, put people in camps and, force people to follow a particular religion, that's them, not us.
Yep. I tell you what, folks, in line with what you're talking about there as well, though, if you've never read it, I strongly recommend reading The Naked Communist. And it's very, it was actually considered the most comprehensive dive into the rise of communism, like, ever written, pretty much, up until like the 80s, because it was written back in the 60s. And it was like it was literally recognized by like J. Edgar Hoover and all those people, like, this is the definitive novel. And they actually were using, it was actually the author didn't know this. He was a former FBI agent, but he didn't know for a while that his book was actually being used as basically the training manual on communism inside of the Bureau for years, until like more like formal training manuals were created about communism. But it was very interesting as he was doing the analysis of diving into the history of Marx and Engels, and how they were both hardcore atheists, number one, strict materialists, and how the underlying, like, their rules of communism were literally derived from materialism and their atheism, and the everything about it was a supposed justification for the removal of an intelligent agent higher power from the equation, and which I thought was extraordinarily fascinating. But then when you extract the more details went into it, some of the it's very fascinating actually. Some of the highest level American spies, Americans that got recruited to be spies for the Soviet Union. The majority of them that actually like had a crisis of conscience, they all had moments of realization that that materialism was false, and that a higher power does exist. And then like immediately they're like the fog they'd been in relation to trying to achieve communism just vanished, and they realized that they had been completely and utterly beguiled to go down that rabbit hole. And it was very intriguing to me as I'm reading this book and listening to like the accounts of these different folks from their own words, right, of like why they pivoted away from being, I'm talking hardcore, high level folks, and then just being like, nope. And this one guy, I forget his name, he said he was watching his daughter eat cereal and realized there was no way that what he was observing could be the result of a combination of accidents. Like it was not remotely plausible. And that was like the moment where he pivoted. He ended up giving his life. The KGB eventually executed him after he like turned a bunch of them in. He ended up getting killed. But I mean, that stuff just kind of interesting. But ultimately, where I'm going with this, you fast forward to now, and you look at the modern atheist. The arguments that they're making are the exact same ones that Marx and Engels were making to justify their worldview and their desperation to avoid the accountability of the higher power. And they're making the exact same arguments, the exact same suppositions and presuppositions and assertions and turning off of rationality, all these different things that were being done. It doesn't matter when the evidence are put in their face, refusing to even comprehend it or consider it. It's very, very intriguing. Sorry, long-winded diatribe. Strongly recommend the book, The Naked Atheist. Fascinating read, and puts a lot of things into context.
Yeah. And just as a kind of an illustration to tie all this back together, Karl Marx, in his book Das Kapital, he actually, and this is something that's sort of well known, but not that well known. He actually attempted to dedicate it to Darwin. Darwin turned him down because Darwin didn't know him. He and Darwin didn't really interact at all. Darwin really didn't know who this German guy writing a book on economics was, didn't know who he was. But Marx had read Darwin, and Marx recognized that what Darwin was talking about was his intellectual grounding. And Darwin, because Marx realized this, Marx was thrilled by Darwin. He was so thrilled, in fact, that all that time and effort, and I say time and effort, Marx was incredibly lazy, but all that time and effort that he put into Das Kapital, he wanted to say, okay, this is for Darwin. I wrote this to dedicate this to Darwin. Darwin wouldn't have anything of it because he didn't really want any part of that. And understandably, Marxism would not have gone down well in the Victorian England that Darwin was living in. So, understandably, Darwin didn't want anything to do with it. No, I don't think Darwin really would have been okay with that either. But it is something to keep in mind, that the person who founded communism thought that Darwinism was a significant underpinning of his philosophy, so much so that he wanted to dedicate his book to Darwin.
Yes. Well, and your point about the communism not necessarily going over well in England. The irony of ironies, though, is that England was the country that allowed Marx to stay in exile. Like, he got kicked out of 5 countries,
something like that,
and then England let him in, and he stayed in London, and then went back out when they went back to a couple different countries after a couple of years, got kicked out again, came back to England. The English just kept tolerating him and letting him do things there. But your point about his dedication to Darwin, you're 100% correct. I mean, it's quite astounding, and this goes back to the point I was making about their obsession with materialism. I mean, without evolutionary theory, let's just be blunt, materialism collapses instantaneously.
Yep.
Like, there is, in spite of the fact that the new atheists try to claim that they don't actually rely on evolution as a foundational component of their entire worldview. And a sidebar, I'm really getting annoyed and just you guys are some idiots when they run around claiming that atheism is not a worldview. And why? And why do so many apologists be like, I understand your atheism is not a worldview. Bovine scatology. Bovine scatology. If you're going to claim that atheism is not a worldview, it's literally influencing every aspect of your actions. Now, does every atheist necessarily count to you? No. But the idiots on YouTube and running around being anti-theists who claim, and being lack-theists and all this kind of stuff, while simultaneously attempting to be evangelists for atheism, and also to debunk every aspect of any opposition to their quote-unquote not worldview. That's a worldview. If you're attempting to convince somebody to change their worldview to what you believe, while claiming you don't actually believe it, that's just dumb. I'm sorry. That's just, again, this goes back to my point I was making at the beginning of this whole rant of, in no other context with the arguments that are made by Evo atheists, in any other context, you'd be considered a complete incompetent fool. You're an idiot. Huh? What did you just tell me? It's like nobody would ever take this seriously. And yet we're told that we're the ones who have closed minds, are very rigid in our understanding, and don't look for big picture explanations, because all we rely upon is God at the gaps mindset, and yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, man, I was having a back and forth with somebody about this in comments the other day. And I was discussing different aspects of existence with him. And he's like, yeah, well, you just believe in a fairy sky daddy. And I'm like, of all the things that we've been talking, questions I've asked you, the things that supposedly you're questioning, all this other kind of stuff, and I've issued responses with. And then when I ask you questions, you don't respond with an answer. And your only response is, well, you believe in a fairy sky daddy. So I'm the small-minded one. I'm the one that doesn't think big picture. I don't know about that.
Yeah. And I know correlation doesn't always equal causation, but there's a reason that up until the mid mid 1800s, early 1900s, that atheism was basically a tiny, tiny minority of the population that if they were atheists, they generally passed themselves off as deist because deist was at least somewhat acceptable to society because you still believed in God. There's a reason for that, and there's a reason that someone like Richard Dawkins can go out there and say that Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. Who do these internet atheists look to for their arguments? Dawkins is one of the big 3 or 4 people they look to, and there he is, right on record, put it in as one of his books, saying that Darwin made it possible to be an atheist. So,
well, and not only that, an intellectually satisfied atheist.
Yeah, which I could say a few things there, but I'll keep my mouth shut. But at any rate, the point being, I in a significant way, like there's a significant portion of my sin that wants atheism to be true, because then you can do whatever you want to do and you don't have to. There's no accountability in an ultimate sense. But because I've studied science and because I've spent so much time getting my information in the scientific world, I can't look at that and go, there is no God. I can't look at that and say there is no God. I just can't do that. As much as my sin wants me to do that, like as much as I would, there's parts of me that would love to just go, oh yeah, I want to go live my life however I want to live it and not have any accountability and all that. I can't. I know too much science. I can't. There has to be a God. And if there has to be a God, then from that position, you have to then figure out, well, okay, which God? And obviously the Christian God is the most only real reasonable answer to that question. But even if you wanted to argue for a different form of theism, okay, I'm not going to agree with you, and I think you're wrong, but you can at least, from science, you can reasonably conclude some form of theism is true. Now, which form is dependent on completely arguments that are outside of science, but you cannot reasonably conclude from science that there is no God. So.
No, I would agree with you completely on that. I mean, it's one of those things of, unless you consciously refuse to consider what the underlying implications are of what you discover in science, then it's the only rational conclusion, in my opinion. Now, you can argue, and it's very reasonable to say, I don't know which one, right? You can say, I don't know which God is the correct one. But to argue that there isn't one, and that there's no evidence that even leads to a reasonable supposition that there is one, that's the more likely, right, as I live in my name, the more logical, plausible, and probable conclusion. Like, to say that it's not any of those things, I'm like, how? Like, you claim that I'm looking for God of the gaps. It's like, no, I am not. It's the literal antithesis of that. It is not about God of the gaps, especially now.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you press them on points of science, what you eventually will get to is a Darwin of the gaps. Well, give us time, we'll find it.
Exactly. It's still a argument from personal incredulity, but which is exactly what they try to argue is what the problem is with Christianity. They'll say that you can't go based on these assumptions because it's still something that you can't verify in reality. And I'm like, and that's what you're doing? I don't see what the problem is here. But not to mention that it's funny. I had just an interaction I want to say about a week ago. Somebody said that there was an atheist blogger that was talking about how it was like they had a deck of cards, right? And so they said that because there's one card in there that has the God of Christianity, right? That's what we use to say that therefore there's a chance that this God could exist and he could have created everything. And but then in that same case, he said, well, because of that, I can just simply disregard that claim, and I don't have to worry about whether or not a God exists or not. I'm like, well, if that's the case, you only really have one card in the deck for your case. That would be atheism. That's it. Every other card in that deck would be a god of some kind, right? Any kind.
Yeah.
Which means that it's far more likely that you're wrong than it was that you're right. And so I don't know. That's just an idiotic response, honestly. But
Yeah, and the thing is, like with the card of the decks analogy, the more cards you rule out, because like this I'm learning this in biostats. So my biostats class is not a complete waste of my time. It does hurt my brain. The more cards you remove from the deck increases the probability of the other cards.
exactly.
So if you rule out atheism, pantheism, whatever other forms of theism that are ridiculous, like Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever, you rule those out, the probability of Christianity being true increases each time you rule something out.
Exactly.
Because you have a finite number of choices.
Right. And like I said, this is the main point of contention there, was just the fact that literally any other card could have been that, the true card, if you want to say it that way. And that's the main, issue, is just that these people don't seem to realize that they're still arguing from incredulity, and that the likelihood is far more likely that there is a god of some kind than there isn't.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
But
in line with that, something people don't want to actually discuss is at what point does something transition from argument of incredulity to argument in relation to plausibility? And the irony for me in that is, in science, and Emery, you're involved in this, so correct me if I'm wrong on this, but one of the factors that you guys are going to put into consideration before you go down to support to create or to try and support a hypothesis is the plausibility of whatever you're putting forth as a hypothesis, right?
exactly.
That's going to be derived from what? Well, one of the things you're going to consider is it plausible? Well, that's one factor. Is it probable? Right? What's the improbabilities of this? And overall, is it just logical at all that this is a reasonable conclusion to be derived based on previous experiments, evidence, documentation, discoveries, fit the laws of physics and chemistry, etc., etc. Like, well, if my hypothesis completely goes against known laws of physics and chemistry, then it's probably not very plausible to argue that this is going to be a probable conclusion and be able to be proven.
Yeah.
And then when we find out, oh wait, turns out that that's usually what happens. It's not. So they don't go down, they don't get funding. Only in something as important as our existence, our very existence, do we say, oh, let's just suspend that for time being and allow people to go down these rabbit holes. Hey,
Yeah.
I think you got the mic right in front of your mouth. You're breathing on it a little bit heavy.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But I mean, you are, just the person I was actually thinking about 30 seconds ago when you were going philosophy heavy there, LPP. I was thinking, where's Danny when we need him?
Wait, what's the philosophy? What are y'all talking about?
I'll get to that in a second. I want to answer what LPP was saying. Like, when you draw up a grant, like this is something I've actually had to do as part of a class exercise. When you draw up a grant, you are required, like they expect you to cite from the existing literature, like, hey, we're doing this, we think it'll work because of this reason, and it'll, and it depends on the grant. Like different grants will have different requirements, obviously, but like a lot of them will expect you to, like, hey, this is what we think is going to work, this is why. And I mean, when I drew mine up, I had like 5 or 6 different citations that I had to put on mine when I was drawing it up for classwork, and those citations are based on what? Well, from the things from the peer-reviewed literature that have, are actual, hopefully observable, testable, repeatable experiments. Hopefully, not always, unfortunately, but hopefully they're actually, things that we can do that are experimental. So, like, there's a requirement that when you're building science, that you're, I mean, the quote is attributed to, I think it's Isaac Newton, but who knows who it's actually from, that you're standing on the shoulders of giants. And that's essentially what you're supposed to do in science. You're not supposed to throw out the laws of chemistry and physics to design your experiments. Not that that's going to stop anybody, but, I can dream. So.
Well, you could be a Muslim and be and what is it, taqiyya, right?
Yeah.
You can lie for that sake.
Or they can lie for it, yeah.
I actually don't know anything about it. I'm kind of ignorant about all that stuff, so I'm just kind of poking fun at any Muslims that might be listening.
Yeah, they say it's just in defense of Islam they can lie, and it includes defense of the Prophet Muhammad. So,
hey, if it was defending my family, I would lie.
I mean,
so even we as Christians, we understand that there's a difference between lying to save someone's life, and then of course lying in order to subvert justice or something like that. And even Jesus makes the distinction. He's as far as there being like greater and lesser sins, right? Or in regards to situations like that. So, but that doesn't mean that it's not still important to to maintain truth as your standard. So I was actually going to ask you guys. Have you guys heard of the man J. Warner Wallace?
You vaguely know who. Like, I know who he is, and that's about as far as it goes. Like, I think he's an apologist of now, but I think he used to be like a reporter or something, and he's written a book. I don't really know that much about him. I'm sorry.
No, he's a cold case detective, and he used to be an atheist.
My bad.
That's okay. Yeah, he used to be a hard atheist, and he actually came to Christianity through his research, and he also, similar to like Frank Turek, I'm not sure how much you know about him, but he also kind of came.
A bit more about Turek than I do. I was mixing Wallace up with Strobel. That's what I did.
Okay, yeah, Lee Strobel. Yeah, he was a reporter. Yeah. But I think they're actually good friends. Actually, if I remember correctly, they said something about that. But I like his take on things, though, because of course him being a detective, he's a very different standard as far as like evidence and things like that goes. And he has to work cases that are like years gone, 30 years plus, in some cases. So, anyways, he calls it death by 1,000 cuts, and this means that like obviously. We can never know anything for 100%, right? So what we have to do is we have to build a case around pieces of evidence that are they seem insignificant, but together as a cumulative case, they can, of course, build a very strong case for, one perspective or another. And so that's what he did with Christianity. He did that with the Gospels. He said he was able to verify, the veracity and the reliability of the Gospels that way. He went through like what they call chain of custody. With the way that the Jewish historians would handle the chronology of the documents and things like that. It's really interesting. If you guys haven't taken a look at his work, I really recommend checking it out.
Yeah, I have not. I tend to stick mostly to science rather than getting into a lot of the other stuff, just because that's my nerd session. But I mean, from what I understand, he's pretty good on that stuff. Like, I don't know where he is on other stuff, but on that particular, because the chain of logic for a detective is essentially what you do when you are trying to figure out origins. It's detective work. It's not, I can't go to the lab and do evolutionary biology. Now they tell me they do it all the time, but they don't know what they're talking about with it. They're mixing metaphors. They're trying to mix history and science, and you can do that, but it has to be done in a forensic fashion with the detective mindset rather than an observational mindset. You're not a witness, you're a detective.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the two terms they try to mosh the two terms together, because if they mosh the two terms together, they can claim evolution is, it's just science, just like the same kind of science that gives us televisions and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And which I hear that all the time. And it's garbage, because the analogy is making the assumption that there aren't separate types of science. And the thing is, like a lot of people who are reading evolutionists know that evolutionary biology is historical science. Now, they usually don't admit this to the public. I got a few quotes where they do. And it's every time I do, I'm always like, guys, you let the cat out of the bag. You really probably shouldn't do that. But like Jonathan Mossos, who is a herpetologist at Harvard, so he's no joke, and he writes science textbooks and he's the usual Evo stuff that these guys do. But he wrote a book. I think the title of the book is Improbable Destinies. It's talking about how thinking about did evolution have to go down a particular path and so on. So it's an interesting read. But toward the end of the book, he makes the very startling admission that evolutionary biology, like astronomy and geology, are historical sciences. Now that throws evolution, the Big Bang, and all of the quote-unquote millions of years in geology out of empirical science.
Right.
I couldn't believe you put all three of those in the same sentence. I'm like, thank you. First of all, thank you. I should, next time if I ever run into you, I'm going to shake your hand. But that just throws their entire story open for question, because it's now no longer something that we can observe, test, repeat in the lab. It's now we can do detective work on it. And if we start doing detective work on it, it's a matter of deductive reasoning, and we're no longer we're not witnesses. We're not eyewitnesses to this stuff. And when people go around and say evolution is observed, no, it's not. Anybody who says that is either lying to you or has been lied to.
I completely agree with you.
Pure garbage. Sorry.
Does evolution even generate predictions? I don't really think it does.
They keep making the claim that it does, although the problem with that is that so the same predictions that they're making the claim for could be espoused to be intelligent design as well, and they don't want to put that as the alternative. They would rather say that it's only evidence for evolution rather than for intelligent design. So I don't know. I mean, nothing against people that want to believe in it. I just think that that's a bit irrational to leave out all the other possibilities there.
Like, could you have evolution without genetics, do y'all think?
Okay, so this is actually a very interesting question. So when Darwin proposed his idea of evolution, genetics didn't exist. Genetics was just not a thing. We knew nothing about genetics. Darwin actually spends a significant portion of his book speculating about the nature of heredity, because we just knew nothing about it at the time. He came up with this idea of gemmules. Things will bud off and they'll end up in the germ cells and they'll get passed on that way. I mean, this is how primitive the thinking was on the topic. And the fact that Darwin got away with it and everybody said that this is just fantastic. What was just evidence that this was really, really primitive. Now, the funny thing was the guy who was the founder of modern genetics published his paper on genetics. Ringer Mendel published his paper on genetics the same year Darwin published Origin. Irony of ironies. So in the mid to early 1900s, basically what happened is the evolutionists got together and they said, well, okay, Darwinism as we currently are practicing it doesn't work with genetics. It doesn't work at all. And so they had to rewrite Darwinism to fit genetics. It's what we could know today as the neo-Darwinian synthesis. And they'll admit this. Like, this is not something that they hide. Now, you kind of have to dig into the history a little bit to understand what's going on, but because there's a lot of stuff going on with this. But basically, the advent of Mendelian genetics was driven by a guy named Bateson. And Bateson was, well, he was an egotist. He was an evolutionist, but he was an egotist, big time. And he pushed Mendelian genetics really hard, basically to establish his own legacy, which he did. But basically, a lot of his pushing of genetics led to the advent of the neo-Darwinian synthesis in like the early 1910s, 1920s ish. And so like evolution sort of ish happened. It could exist without genetics, but it had to be completely rewritten when genetics came around. Also, I'll shut up here in just a second. But Lena, I saw your comment about phylogenetics. Shoot me an email. I can probably answer your questions. I've done a lot of reading on phylogenetics, so I can probably at least point you into a direction that'll be helpful. So I'll shut up now.
I know one other issue with it is just that the way that they're defining terms is causing problems for them as well. Like whenever they talk about like homology and like how you can have similar structures between intermediates. I mean, clearly this could be the same if I was to look at the bone structure of my own body compared to say like Michael Jordan, right? Clearly we have similar structures, but we're different people, so it's going to look up a little bit different, and that could count technically as us being like intermediates of some kind. But nobody would realize that that could actually mean that we're not part of the same line, in the geologic columns, assuming that we were ever fossilized or something like that, right? And so I just think it's kind of interesting that people never really notice that. Yeah, and there's also that guy, what's his name? Tom Horn, I think it is. He's a paleontologist. He did a TED talk about how they had transitional dinosaur forms that were actually like infants growing through different stages, and that the scientists were finding these bones, not recognizing that these are actually like different stages of development for these animals, instead of them being like actual entirely different animals. And so instead of there being like hundreds of different species of animal, there's like probably 13. And they're just kind of like branched off from these base 13 types.
That's Jack Horner you're talking about.
Jack
where
Horner,
and the TED talk he gave is "Where Are All the Baby Dinosaurs?"
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
TED talk. It is an absolutely fantastic TED talk.
It was hilarious.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I forgot his name. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. No, but I wanted to get it out there because if you have not watched that TED talk, it's only like 20 minutes. It's not that long. Go watch it. It's worth it. It's easy to find on YouTube. Go watch it.
Yeah, his catchphrase is like, scientists like to name things.
That's true.
Well, I think that kind of goes back to some of the things we talk about of the desperation to substantiate a worldview is, I mean, it's reaching layers of desperation, and just it's not even being hidden anymore. I mean, because Emery, you brought up modern synthesis, and as you know, and many of the people in the audience right now know, there's a very big chunk of evolutionary biologists right now who basically don't believe in, they kind of personally dismissed modern synthesis. Now they're on, a couple different versions, but I think extended evolutionary synthesis is the most recent one, or the one that's getting the most substantiation and adoption, I guess. And it's like, so let me get this straight. Basically, you are completely dismissing what a gigantic chunk of the planet thinks is this proven premise. You've dumped it. You're now onto something completely different because your previous theory does not, per your own admission, does not account for all of this other stuff that you now, through real-time observation, empirical evidence, and experimentation, know beyond doubt has to be accounted for. So now you're desperately trying to come up with new ways to explain through similar, even it might be different. It's not necessarily undirected changes and random copying errors in genes that create these new functions. Now it was that, and it was a bunch of additional undirected changes that had to happen. Oh, and somehow those happened in unison in order to result in this more complex function. It's like, so you do realize that what's required just got harder, right? Like you weren't being able to explain how the simpler version could be done through the fundamentals of your theory. Now you're claiming that more layers of this happened, and not in the slow steps that you used to claim it had to be done in to make it remotely plausible. Now you're claiming they all happened simultaneously or in very rapid succession, if not some of them at the same time. Otherwise, the thing would die, of course, and fitness wouldn't actually be continued, which, since fitness is everything that your entire model relies upon anyway, whatever the hell that means, you have to come up with creative ways to continue to perpetuate that.
John, you have just kicked on something I wanted to talk about anyway, and I'm I haven't sent this email yet, so if he's still listening, this is the first he's going to hear about it. But I'm going to hopefully grab Sal and get him to come on my channel and talk about this paper I found. Because this paper I found, there's a line here that I want to read, if I can just pull it up real quick. So this paper is a 2021 paper. So this paper is brand new. And if I can, oh, it's not going to pull up. Of course, it's not. But basically, what they said in the
share your screen. I'll...
No, the problem is it's actually not like legitimately not loading the paper at the moment. So I can't read the. You actually can't read the line. But basically, the quote from the paper is essentially that you can't use fitness to determine evolutionary history or evolutionary futures. In other words, it's useless. It does nothing. It is a garbage concept.
So let's think about this for a second, folks. If they are being forced to admit that evolutionary algorithms, genetic algorithms, etc., run into massive plateau problems and barriers, fitness doesn't account for it. Population genetics isn't accounting for it. Basically, they're having, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it seems like the fundamental tenets of the entire concept, they're running into empirical evidence, which suggests they're not valid. Is that a fair point to be making there?
Essentially, yes. Like basically everything they tell you in evolutionary biology is garbage. Like 99.999% of what they tell you in evolutionary biology is pure garbage. And the thing is, the experts in the field know that. But they still write the textbooks and tell people that, you know, what they say is, oh, this is actually fact, when it's pure garbage. It is utter garbage.
I do have a question for you,
Sure,
or for anyone else. What's the most charitable understanding of the phrase, like survival of the fittest? What is the most charitable understanding of that?
Depends on which evolutionist you talk to. You can get 4 or 5 different definitions of that phrase. Darwin borrowed it from Malthus. It wasn't in the first 4 editions of Darwin's book. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, because I've heard of different takes on it, and I guess if you had to say the most charitable one, it's obviously not the strongest, right? It has something to do with like luck involved, as well as the timing, preference, like sexual appetite, all kinds of things were involved with it. So if we had to be charitable, then you have to take into account all the different little features that are required for those things to take place. So I guess that would be more charitable.
Even that's like not that's way more charitable than I'd give it.
So you're saying that the phrase is kind of
the phrase
problematic enough.
The phrase is useless, and the evolutionary biologists know this, and a lot of them don't like using it. Like it still gets used in like high school biology textbooks, but a lot of them they don't really like using it because it conveys a thought process that is not true. Like it conveys
or trivial. Is either not true or trivial. Or seems like.
But yeah, because basically the thought process behind the way people think about this is essentially that, well, an organism that is has some kind of feature that makes it better suited for its environment will survive. Well, yes, that's true, but it's also, again, it's trivial. Okay, we know this. This is not. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Did I say Malthus? I meant Spencer. That's my bad. My bad, Sal. Sorry about that. But I did just link the paper in the chat, by the way, because I did find it. And I'll read. Let me just read the abstract here real quick. It's not actually not from the abstract. It's from the introduction of the paper. So, and here's their argument. However, as we shall show, these conditions, talking about fitness. Actually, let's back up a few sentences here. Fitness can prove a useful, if not indispensable, concept when a target population and its environment meet several non-trivial conditions, namely that comparisons involving two or more competing trait types or individuals cannot be made if there are irreversible changes in the environment. However, as we shall show, these conditions can be satisfied only in much restricted spatio-temporal partitions of the total biotic and abiotic environment. A consequence is that fitness cannot rightly be regarded as a general measure or, quote, forecast for, unquote, an organism's long-term evolutionary success. And I guarantee you, Sal will get why that's a absolutely catastrophic problem. So, like, the idea of fitness, like, yeah, okay, better survival in an environment, but what does that actually tell us? Like, it doesn't impact reproductive success. I mean, I did a whole podcast on relative versus absolute fitness, which Speed took issue with and tried to debunk, and I didn't even bother watching because I knew where that was going. But you know, this idea that fitness is relative is just pure garbage. Like, and the evolutionists I think the evolutionists are starting to wake up and smell the roses.
Well, and I think just to be this week, folks, ladies and gentlemen, on a variety of things, I've been rather blunt. So let's just put this in context. Let's say you have a predisposition for cancer. You're going to get cancer when you're in your 20s. Well, let's say 30s. However, in your teens, in high school, you were getting down and dirty and had a kid. That child was born well before any of the quote-unquote aspects of fitness were being called into question. Because you weren't even going to have, and this is one of the things I find very ironic about some of these things, of like, if you remove our ability to analyze genetics and different components of disease, if you remove that from the equation, we would have no idea the vast majority of things that are quote-unquote wrong with somebody in relation to fitness until after the procreation period. I think that's kind of what you were alluding to, wasn't it, Emery?
Like,
and nobody wants to talk about that. None of the Evos want to talk about that. Reality. Well, I'm not saying none of them do. In general speaking terms.
The Evos at the general population level do not want to talk about this, because if they do, they lose. Now they'll talk about it in their own literature when they talk to each other. They're more than happy to talk about it there because they all recognize, oh yeah, we got problems, and they're more than happy to talk about the problems in their behind their peer-reviewed journals. But they won't. They just absolutely refuse to represent the problems with evolution fairly to the general public.
Well, one of the other things for me that just kind of screams that survival of the fittest isn't a real thing is that they talk about Neanderthals, or how they're supposed to be like a precursor to humanity in the timeline there. But apparently, if you know anything about their cranial structure and their biological features, they're supposed to be stronger by a vast margin. They're supposed to be much more intelligent because they have 30% cranial mass on top of what we already have right here to work with. And obviously that would make them much faster as well. So I'm just really at a loss as to how it would be possible for them to go out, to become extinct as a surviving species if they're supposed to be far more capable than any human that lives today. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, as I argued in my podcast on fitness overall, I think the only real way to actually get an absolute measure of fitness, and Sal can poke at me if he thinks I'm misspeaking on this, but I think the only way you can get an absolute measure of fitness is to measure the functional part of the genome, because that's an absolute number. Like, I think that's the only way you're going to be able to actually get how much. Like, I think that's the only measurement of fitness you can do, because everything else is going to be relative. Like, if you, I saw you wanted to talk to Poopy, so I'll shut up here in a second. But if you measure offspring, well, that's going to be relative to everything else around you. It's going to be relative to your environment. It's going to be changed by different diets, even. So I don't know what else you could even measure other than that. Go ahead.
Well, and I think the other aspect too, is we all recognize we don't even know what parts of the genome do what. Like, so if we're going to make that argument about fitness in relation to the functional portion of the genome, yet we don't even know what the vast, vast, vast majority of the genome does. We just know it does something. And we're discovering diseases that are directly caused by modifications to portions that up until very recently were not considered functional. I don't understand how anybody can actually make the straight-faced assertion that like the math has any relevance to like well, this is more functional. It's like, no, you don't even know what it is. I mean, how are you gonna just
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
to me, it's like it's almost like a kid being like, well, I know how to change a tire, therefore I know how a car is built. And then being like, then the next, a couple weeks later, the dad's like, okay, let's go back to the shop. I'm going to show you how to change the brakes, right? And he's like, wow, that's how the car stops? That's amazing. Like, well, I now know how the brakes work and how to change a tire. Therefore, I know how the car was built. And it's like, and you just follow the and extrapolate out the logic here. And it's like, yeah, so we might be able to figure things out conceptually, but I still wager that the vast majority of humans individually would not be able, and Dr. Tour was kind of making this point the other day, would not be able to build the parts for the car, let alone put them all together if they had them all. And that kind of premise extrapolates out into so many different layers of these arguments. And it's why to be honest, it's why I've become so rather dismissive of a lot of the Evo atheists, and even some of the ones that are quote unquote educated, because it's like you're kind of making the point, Emery, of like, so in your peer-to-peer conversation, you will admit you have these problems, but then you then want to be respected as a PhD and have some semblance, this, oh, well, they're an educated individual, therefore we should listen to what they have to say. But then what you're going to say to the public directly contradicts what you will say behind closed doors. So why would I take what you're saying with a grain of salt at all, or with anything other than a grain of salt? Because
only one grain.
Well, just to your point.
And Sal has joined us. Welcome to the stream, Sal. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. And just because someone asked about fitness and decline, in my debate with Dapper Dino, I specifically cited a paper that intelligent women, that's not a favorable trait according to evolutionary biologists themselves, because a lot of them go childless. So that's to answer Pigs Can Fly's question. How can it be that someone with certain advantages actually gets selected against? That's one example, and it's been actually kind of, I mean, in a sad way, that's actually of great concern if we're all getting dumber. And to quote someone who shall not be named, he said, it could well be that we're all getting dumber and dumber. To survive, we all get dumber and dumber until we all lose our minds. And that wasn't a creationist who said that.
Yes, there's a reason that all of us started cracking up laughing as soon as you went there, because we all know who said that.
Well, and here's the thing that one of the things I find very fascinating. And this, what I'm about to say, does not apply across the board. However, there are many, many well-documented instances of what I'm about to say, which is two people that, at least from a quote-unquote evolutionary perspective, procreate, and then somehow their kid does not have the same level of athleticism, intelligence, whatever. Like you got two geniuses come together, and then their kid is, average. No, that's not always the case, but it often is. And you have the athletes, and yeah, okay, their kid might be pretty athletic, but the probability of the kid being superior to the father or the mother is extraordinarily low. And it's like, how is this the case? Like, it seems very strange that seems to be the outcome, and then sometimes you have the exact opposite, right? Like I remember my freshman year in college being like, when like all the parents came to campus and stuff, and like some of the most ridiculously, like some of the girls I was just like obsessed with, like I met their parents, and I'm like, I remember thinking, it struck me, I'm like, how did that come from that? From these two, right? Like, how did this happen, right? And it'd be randomly, it does, yeah. And anyway, again, I'm not saying that applies, like, not a blanket statement across the board, but we observe this. Like, this is empirical, real world evidence that we see it, and it seems like the evolutionists never want to actually address those kinds of cases of how did two people that theoretically have should have theoretically, more fitness, they both come together and their child is less fit? This makes no sense.
I agree. Well, I mean, to your point, this is for something you said earlier about we don't even know what the genes actually do a lot of the cases, especially in the intergenic regions. That experiment by Richard Lenski actually was like the perfect experiment that displays that, because they didn't even realize that the ability for E. coli to digest the citrate was already in the genome until after it came out of the intergenic regions. Mm-hmm. And so that's the only reason they even know why that was even something that was there in the first place. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty evident now that we have to like really take time to verify what these intergenic regions actually are for before they start making assumptions like that.
But the important thing about the Lenski experiment is that the survival of the fittest, the ones that were more reproductively successful, were the ones that were dumping and destroying genes. And that's still continuing. And this could be very interesting how it plays out if it actually just blows itself apart in the process. So there is a term they use in evolution called reductive evolution. And there is a strong tendency to dump genes. And I was trying to illustrate that in the James Carter after show with the pangenomes of bacteria. You could see that a lot of bacteria have a tendency to dump the genes that are of no immediate use. And if that happens to non-bacterial species like mammals, this is really bad. So, and it could be that they dump it for any number of reasons. That's why there's the question of these creatures that are parasites. When they get into the host, they start losing their organs, and it's unlikely they'll ever recover them. They're just more reproductively successful, but then they lose all. It's just like kind of like dumping if one has an airplane or one's trying to save a ship, you start dumping all the cargo and all the parts to lighten the vessel, but it'll have long-term consequences. And in terms of reproductive success, maybe sometimes they're just trying to have more babies, so to speak, and they're dumping all these genes, and they're just short-term more reproductively successful. But if by doing that they dump genes, which is what we're actually seeing, the natural selection is actually an agent against the construction, the accumulation of complexity. It's actually an agent against it. And so this whole idea of survival of the fittest, it was premised on the fact that the children will have more capability than their parents, and that they'll also be selected for because they have more capability. And that's not the case. We see it experimentally. It's just kind of brutal. It's kind of sobering what we're seeing, both experimentally and observationally.
Yeah, I kind of see things like playing out. Like if things continue as they are, where people are just reproducing, and then we're going to have like more further degraded offspring, it could either turn out like it was on Wall-E, where we're just like huge blobs of people that are just able to relax day in, day out, and then we're going to be like so pathetic. We don't really do anything, and then we have bones that are so brittle you can't even do anything with them. But or it could be like idiocracy, where we're just so plain stupid we don't even realize how bad we have, really have it.
I think idiocracy has already arrived.
True. So maybe it's just further degradation mentally first, and then we have to go towards what's going on in Wall-E. I'm not sure yet.
All right, Danny, you've been being quiet, playing.
I'm just engaging with the chat. So.
I know you've been playing around inside chat. I see you.
Sal, I love your cardigan.
Oh, is that what this is? Oh, thank you.
It looks like a cardigan.
I inherited it from my dad, and I guess the women in the family have better taste in outfits, so I'm presuming this was a gift to him. So thank you.
That was my contribution. Sorry.
We should if we were jerks like the channel run by He Who Shall Not Be Named, I would probably, if I was going to impersonate that individual, Danny refusing to engage while talking in chat would probably result in somebody like John Peterson timing you out in chat, demanding you pay attention and respond in the live stream, and then the second you begin to respond, kicking you into the backstage while the other person yells at you. Danny, have I relatively accurately summarized what happens over on...
Yeah, you did, but it's funny, it spilled into another stream. So the Raging Atheist, that morning coffee show?
Yeah.
Well, John Peterson and Speed were doing that show, and I was just replying. I wasn't attacking them personally or anything. I was just contesting basically anything John Peterson that he said that was false. I addressed it. Okay. Or I pointed out.
So basically every word that came out of his mouth.
It was like that, and that's how he felt. So he just timed me out, right? He hid me. And then the owner of the show, the Raging Atheist, Knock himself, right, was like, John, what the heck? He didn't break any rules. And then John just admitted, yeah, I hit him because I did it because of personal reasons. And he just flat out admitted it, man. It was insane.
I honestly don't understand why people continue to give that guy any airtime whatsoever.
It boggles my mind.
Oh my goodness. Do you remember Canadian Catholic? He sent me a letter, my debate partner. He said, important. Can you come out to chat about 11 o'clock tonight? I'm like, okay,
tonight?
Dude, if you say it's important, I'll come out. I came out. It was just a screaming session, and I encountered Godless Girl.
Oh, good grief!
And I lasted 3 minutes. I just bailed. I said I came here to talk to Canadian Catholic, and she was just interrupted. I just bailed.
Okay, so do you think she was high, drunk, or combo?
Or what was the last?
Just high, standalone, drunk, or a combo of high and drunk.
Yeah, all of the above.
Wait, do you know Godless Girl?
Me?
Oh, yeah. She had the most legendary debate with T-Jump.
Dude, Danny, have you not seen the debate where she literally passed out in the middle of the debate, woke up, left, went to the store, bought more beer, and probably got some weed, came back, and then passed out on camera?
I met her in person.
I didn't see that. Which one was that? Who was she debating?
Sounds so interested.
Yeah.
I met her 3 times. She stayed at my place a few times, and I stayed with her in Florida for like a week with her boyfriend. Yeah, but but then I told her boyfriend to break up with her, and that kind of ended our whatever relationship we had.
Oh man.
Well, that probably was I could see that ending any kind of
yeah, it was kind of messy, but I think we're okay now, but because like I had a tough spot. She lent me like $2,000, and I paid it all back within 2 months. But I was in a tight spot, so we had a friendship. But no, she's a certified, drama queen.
I would say that's a very fair statement. I tell you what, man. Though the night, I forget when it was. This was probably like 4 or 5 months ago. Sal, it was over on MDD, and it was her and T Jump against, or no, T Jump. I can't remember. If she was with T Jump or against. I think she was on T Jump's team. I forget who they were debating. It turned out to be a epic debate, not because of the substance of the debate whatsoever. It was that I'll never remember what the hell they were actually talking about. But when she fell asleep, beer in hand, after coming back from whatever Patrick saying it was Patrick. Somebody in chat was saying that Sunflower was saying it was a loco, not beer. Okay, whatever. And then she offered didn't she I think that was the same streamer. She offered T-Jump $10,000 to come be her boyfriend.
Oh my God. Yeah, because she got a huge inheritance, like thousands and thousands of dollars. So that's kind of the background there.
Yeah, it was a very interesting deal. But the thing that I took away from that whole deal, I went over onto her Discord, and I tell you what, that was the most. I've talked about this before. I will never go back to her Discord ever. But more importantly, just the embodiment of scum that were on her Discord was just. I mean,
do you remember who was talking to you? Do you remember names? Because I probably know them all.
I don't remember, but they were literally discussing how they wanted to rape her while she was passed out.
Oh, okay, that kind of disgusting.
And I was just like, I'm number one, I'm out. Like, I'm not engaging in this kind of conversation. But more importantly, people who are like supposedly her fans and are following her all this kind of stuff, engaging with her and whatnot. You're literally sitting here while she's passed out, discussing. I mean, they were talking like, would it be wrong for us to do that? And I'm like, if you're even asking that question, like she's clearly drunk, probably high, maybe on some pills, who knows, but like clearly jacked up right now and passed out, and you're talking about raping her while she's passed out. Like, that's what people go to prison for, and you're publicly discussing this, and then asking if it would be illegal. Like, yeah, I'm. Bye-bye. I will never return, and I almost feel like you guys I didn't, but it's almost like you guys
John,
need
this
to be
is why I
reported to the
don't hang out
police.
with atheist communities.
This is what the atheists do. Do y'all know that quote from Darth Dawkins? Okay, no one knows that quote from Darth Dawkins.
I love Darth Dawkins because he helps
This is what they do. This is what the atheists do.
And that right there, John, is why I don't hang out in atheist Discord channels or on atheist YouTube channel. This is why I do ignore person who do not be named who thinks that it'd be good for humanity to get dumber and dumber. You don't want to interact with that garbage. I'm sorry. Danny is a completely different kettle of fish because we can have an intelligent conversation, but like, you can't have conversations with people like that. They just need to be like, I won't say in public conversation what needs to happen to them, but you figure it out.
There are a lot of y'all don't know a lot of the intelligent, smart, well-mannered atheist. Like Detroiter is another one. He's very he's not vulgar. I mean, Sal, you've discussed with Detroiter. He's very polite. No vulgarity, right? Respectful, intelligent. Maybe not. Is that not your experience?
Well, just in general, and I think Emery could relate. We matriculate through school. We have professors that we're almost sure they're not Christians, and you have lots of colleagues and fellow students and peers and people you'll have to work and cooperate with. It just so yes, we meet nice ones and helpful ones, and people that are very supportive of us, but something about the internet attracts the worst in humanity.
I don't know why. That's a puzzle to me. That's actually
anonymity, maybe. Like,
But I have to say for myself, the worst I've ever acted was on the internet. And I mean, I don't know for y'all if that's the same.
I mean, that's probably true of a lot of people, to be perfectly honest. And I don't know whether it's just the anonymity or, but I mean,
Yeah, I can't stand T-Jump. I started calling them names, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help. And then I called speed names, right? I mean, y'all see me. I yell at them, but I usually don't do that in person. But the way I am in person is much more like how I am with y'all.
Well, the ultimate irony is that I am the polar opposite. Well, let me rephrase. Now, at this stage of my life, I'm not the polar opposite. I'm pretty much what you see is what you get. But in the context of the craziness of my life, no. Way crazier in like non-internet, shall we say, than
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Wait, what do you do? Yell at people that like cut across you as you're driving? Like, what do you do?
No. I said in who I am now. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's pretty much what you see is what you get. I meant in context of like in an earlier stage of my life, the like dramatically different than what you like. I was crazy stuff I've done. Not even. I was really responding to like most people who do their crazy stuff they do it online. It's like no. All my crazy stuff was in real time.
well, John, not to like call you old, but like you did most of your crazy stuff before the advent of the internet. So
that's not true.
Well, okay, before the internet became the big thing that it is, I guess.
How old do you think I am?
Well, you said the other night you're in your mid to late 30s, I think, if I recall.
Yeah, I'm 36. Yeah,
36.
So
you're old.
I mean, I'm not that far behind you, John. So you know, I'm not. But like, I mean, your teenage years, which is when people tend to do really stupid stuff, and I don't know when you did yours, but like that's when people tend to do really stupid stuff. That was like when the internet was in its infancy in terms of popularity, and you didn't have smartphones were just barely becoming a thing.
Well,
so
true, but here's what I think people forget is, and I was actually very well behaved in high school for the most part. College and like early 20s is when I went totally nuts. But I think people forget that in the era when the internet was unregulated, actually potentially more crazy stuff went down via the internet, but then it happened in real life. Right now, the crazy stuff starts online and stays online. Then it started online, or it might have been online. The internet was used as the medium to actualize the craziness. And like case in point, college, because I was a freshman when Facebook started. And anyway, long story short, we used to use like Craigslist for parties, and it would be like we'd do a Craigslist post, and like, hey, we're gonna be partying tonight. We're getting beer. Girls want to come. Let us know. We can come pick you up if need be. All this kind of stuff, and we used it as a method to get whole groups of people and turn it into a night of debauchery. I mean, it was just a thing you did, and you fast forward to now, and it's like, heck, personals and all that kind of stuff were completely removed from Craigslist, right? Of course, on Craigslist, it turned into like freaking sex trafficking and everything else that was happening. But like back then, it was like actually real humans, not robots, were interacting with each other and turning into crazy town.
Yeah.
Pig. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Danny. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask Pigs. When was that? What were you referring to? A Discord conversation when people called out T-Jump? Is that what you were referring to, Pigs, in the chat?
No, it was actually a live discussion. There was a guy, I forgot the guy's name, but I know he was talking about philosophy, and T-Jump had some kind of philosophical argument that had a few premises that the guy was reviewing, and he's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, man. You need to rethink this. And he called him out like 3 or 4 different times within the same conversation. I want to say it was like an hour-long discussion.
Was that Ask Yourself?
Maybe it was like half a year ago when I watched.
Did the guy sound kind of young?
Yeah, he sounded kind of young, but I guess he was in school for that as well. And he's like, yeah, but your premises are not very strong. And he just kind of like let him know. He's like, yeah, it doesn't sound like you have anything to go on, man.
Did it get heated?
T-Jump was just like laughing at him, basically saying that he didn't know what he was talking about. And then the other guy was like, well, you don't have to believe me. I'm just telling you, it doesn't make any sense. So, and then like he was doing what you usually do. Like he'll like put like, here's P1, P2, and then breaking down, he's like, well, this is what you want to say is your
100%. You're talking about ask yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I watched that and I was just laughing because
I have unfortunately debated that guy. He is one of the most obnoxious. I cannot stand that guy.
But he called T-Jump out though. That was really funny.
Ask yourself is really methodical in his debates. He wants like primacy form to conclusion. A lot of people aren't prepared to give that.
Well, here's
John, is that the existence of God dumpster fire that I thought about doing a live show for, and realized that this is such a dumpster fire I don't think I can? Is he the guy you debated in that?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I literally predicted, like before the whole thing went down, like backstage and everything, like I predicted that number one, they tried to pivot in the backstage. And then as I predicted prior to, there's like an email chain where I'm like, okay, all this is going to turn into is Ask Yourself is going to want to have no commitment whatsoever. He's going to want to have us have to freaking come up with logic arguments for every single thing. And it's going to turn into a agnostic, obnoxious fest the entire time. And lo and behold, it did. As I predicted, as I called them out in the backstage before we even gave our openings, before we went live, I was calling them out on this kind of stuff. And then between me and him, it just turned into a complete dumpster fire. Because it's like, look, dude, I don't have to operate on your timeline and like everything you want. Like we came into this with one understanding. You pivoted before we started. And now you expect me to follow all your rules, and then you're just going to refuse to engage in any kind of debate unless I do it exactly the way you demand that I talk. Like, I don't know what world you live in, bro, but yeah, maybe with all the soy boys that you deal with, you get to tell them what to do. That's not how it works in the rest of the planet. So, no. And then
that debate was a dumpster fire. Like, there was absolutely nothing good that happened in that debate, except maybe I think it was Erica was the mod for that, wasn't she? I'm trying to remember. Was she the mod for that?
No, it was.
Or was James
I want to say it was Converse Contender, maybe.
Maybe okay, but I think
what's his name again?
Went on, and that was the mod.
Emery, you don't like debating as much, right?
Oh no, I hate debate.
Why?
I would do it if I have to, but because I'm not a conflict-driven person.
Okay, what about you, LPP? Do you like debating?
No.
Danny, you have to ask that question.
Well, you could be forced to do it. You could be doing it for Jesus points or something. I don't know.
No.
The debate. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Zal.
Oh, I was saying the debate depends on the topic. You could see, like a standard format, someone has a 10-minute opening statement and then a response. Professor Dave spewed out so much garbage it's taking James Tour, a world-class chemist, to clean out, to be the janitor of all the stuff that he dumped. 9 hours to have an adequate response.
Dave is a joke.
That's
Dave
one reason
and
certain
Aaron
kinds of debates are not good.
Yeah. Right. And like, I don't mind, like, in terms of like discussion, like, I don't mind. I had an hour-long conversation on phylogenetics with a rational empiricist on Standing's channel, and that was fine. Like, I have no problem whatsoever with that kind of conversation. Like, that's fine. But when and Danny, like, same thing with you. Like, I can sit down and have a conversation with you, and we're fine. Like, we don't have to agree, but we can.
You just don't want to be combative, right? You don't.
Right. I don't want it to get nasty. Like, that's just not me. I'll fight if I have to, but I'm not walking into an arena deliberately to have a pugilistic contest. Like, that's not.
You treat it as a goal. Like, we have a mutual goal of getting to some kind of resolution about, rather than like who's going to look Like,
right. I'm not
better,
trying to
yeah.
get brownie points. Like, I'm not trying to, dunk on somebody. I mean, I will if I have to. Like, if I'd had Sal's debate with Dillahunty, I'd have done the exact same thing he did and basically set Dillahunty up to make a fool of himself. Because that's the only way you debate someone like that.
well, I will when I don't have to. So,
See, Danny, if you and I were going to have a quote unquote debate on like MDD or whatever, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't deliberately try to set you up to make you look like a fool. Because now I might do it by accident if I did, apologize. But, I wouldn't do it on purpose because that's not my goal with you. My goal with you is to actually have a conversation. Whereas with someone like Dillahunty, who's not remotely interested in a conversation, I understand you running that tactic. That's perfectly legitimate. But see, that's not a battle I want to get into.
LPP, I wanted, before you do this paper, did you know that I argued for Christianity about 4 years ago against Ask Yourself? And I have that recording for an hour and 30 minutes. Now, according to the people that watched it, they said that I did win the debate, but it was when we both, Ask Yourself and I were very new to philosophy. So I probably said some gibberish, but I probably said a lot more gibberish. He got into it much later than I did. But if you're interested in that link, let me know.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to watch it.
Dave has really embarrassed himself with Aaron Ra. They went over some of the stuff with Tor, and it was just a total joke, going over all the strict protocols and procedures and purified reagents, designed synthesizing machines, and they're like, oh, it can still happen though. It was just unbelievable.
Well, and
What a joke.
And Sal, as you and I talked about, and we've, I've bashed wannabe Dave on multiple times about the whole reverse transcriptase in humans, and his very, very, very adamant assertion on Aaron Ra's channel that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Just for fun, ladies and gentlemen, just for fun. If you look at the paper I'm sharing, because in fairness to wannabe Dave, perhaps it's a recent discovery of reverse transcriptase happening in humans. Maybe it's a recent discovery, and since he's been out of school for quite some time, he just was unaware. Maybe it was more recent publications. However, and very unfortunately for him, detection of reverse transcriptase activity in human cells, 1979, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that might actually be prior to the birth of wannabe Dave. It's before my birth, and I think I'm older than him. So I would say it's a very reasonable supposition that this has been known longer than wannabe Dave has been alive. And yet, while claiming on Aaron Ra's channel, along with another somewhat ignorant fool, Aaron Ra himself, at least on the more modern stuff, claiming that the people who think there is reverse transcriptase activity in humans are the ones that are ignorant. I find the irony of that just to be, it's just too good. It really is.
Total joke.
Well, I mean, the
What a
funny thing
clown.
about Aaron Ra is that, I mean, he makes the claim that he's so, like, knowledgeable about biology, and that a couple of times, if I remember correctly, he actually made the claim that he was a biologist. I don't want to say that was a verbatim statement, but I remember him making a comparison there. And I'm like, does this guy even have a degree like in this field? And it turns out he doesn't have anything close to that. He just apparently did some research and thinks that he knows evolution really well. That's the whole point.
Yeah, don't hit the first link. Hit the second link. That's the link between Ask Yourself and I and Christianity. I was a Christian at that time. But I mean, I hope it's entertaining for those that are to watch it.
Yeah.
Aaron Ra's a joke.
He is a joke. I don't understand why anyone looks up to that guy. It's a litmus test for me. If I meet an atheist that says, "Yeah, Aaron Ra, yeah," and I'm just like, "Oh, okay," I just know that you're that kind of atheist,
No one's a bigger joke than Matt Dillahunty, though.
Oh yeah, agreed. He's ignorant as they come.
I mean, the only thing he is persistent. No
Just on his
intellectual.
show, that's it. He's got that show, and that's all he does is hang up.
Oh
on
right,
it.
yeah,
That's his thing.
I mean, I've literally
Well, remember Oh, sorry, go ahead.
his best argument is like, if I've got a jar of gumballs and I like, it's like, the idea that anyone that's even mildly successful or intelligent ever associated or considered him like a peer is like unbelievably embarrassing to me. Like he is one of the
Yeah.
stupidest dumb losers I've ever come across in my life. He's a failure of a man. 100%.
Sorry, who? Aaron Ra? I missed it.
Matt Dillahunty. Matt
No,
Dillahunty.
Matt Dillahunty.
Oh,
I mean, if you
Yeah,
look at it from this
not a fan.
perspective, the guy, he for a living, he's a magician, right? And then he makes this contention with people that are preachers, saying that they're like car salesmen. I'm like, isn't it exactly what you do? Basically, you just
I don't
you
think
swindle, smoke and mirrors.
You know, I don't know if he's like if he claims to be a magician as his like job.
No,
like,
it's his day job. Yeah,
Are you sure?
Well,
I
it's
always
his
thought
actual
that he
day.
was like a.
That's what he said. He said it on his channel several times.
I thought he said he was like a software like he works in like tech or something. But I think it's all a lie.
I've never heard him talk about that.
Okay, I don't know what I'm thinking of then. I think he's just like a massive.
No. It's on his Wikipedia. He had a brief stint doing like.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Hang on.
Doing like quality control. Basically, he was a debugger. Like, he was a user tester to see.
Right, exactly. And he puts that still on his like thing. Like, there's if you look him up, there's still like QA somewhere. And like he says he was going to publish a book at one point, never happened. The guy's an absolute failure to launch. He's like 45, 50, 60. I mean, the man's never done anything. He basically established himself in this stupid talk show and then never did anything else with his life ever. That is like sad.
Okay, look, I think he's a fraud, but I think he's actually quite successful.
Yeah,
I agree.
He's successful in creating
However, if you want some entertainment, you should go to his Twitch channel. Okay, he does Twitch almost on a daily basis. Okay, and I'm gonna scroll down here in a second. Okay. Okay, so he plays games. He plays like Lucky to Be a Landlord. Occasionally plays chess, but good grief, it's painful to watch. I don't know how I would never do it if I was as bad as him. Plays GeoGuessr.
I don't know that he's even successful, honestly. Like, look at this. This is a.
Okay, so, but here's the thing. In terms of going back to the smartness, though, like I watched it the other day. He got it no less than like $250 in the maybe 20 minutes that I could stomach watching it. He had like $250 donated to him while he's freaking sitting there playing Lucky to Be a Landlord. I'm like,
yeah,
this is ridiculous.
It just shows how stupid atheists are. It shows how stupid atheists are. Like they see their idol Matt Dillahunty like twiddling his thumbs on the internet. Like, oh, I gotta give money to this guy. Like, the guy is an absolute failure. I'm serious. Like, there was a period where I was like watching his content, and like he's blocked everyone, he's pushed everyone away. What has the guy done?
That's all he does. Just hang up on people.
Besides get cut by David Miller.
Let's all take a step back here. Like, I get that none of us here like Dillahunty, and I'm not going to defend the man. I think he's a very bad interlocutor and not of good faith interlocutor. But just calling him a failure doesn't really advance any form of dialogue or discourse, even with people who are not partial to Dillahunty.
Okay, well, he has no knowledge in science, and he likes to hang up on people.
No,
I'm
not defending his behavior. Like, I know he's a jerk. I think everybody here agrees that he's a jerk. But belaboring it doesn't accomplish anything.
You're 100% right. I just want to flame him. Sorry.
you're just calm down a little bit, and let's all try and focus on something that actually has some ability to
just let people talk, dude. Don't worry about it. We agree, but let Sunflower talk, dude. It's okay. We're all adults here.
Tony, I wasn't trying to backseat Maud. My point was that what we're flaming Matt Dillahunty does not accomplish anything for the cause of Christ. It's not edifying.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
So we just need to take a step back. That's all.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I admittedly, I just, I don't know.
I get it. Like, I get it. There are times where I want to rant about things too.
To represent the dark side of the Force, since Emery is the light side, let the hate flow. Tony and Sunflower, let your anger use it as a power against Dillahunty.
Just
I mean-
remember, guys, he's arguing for the bad guys.
So you know what's going on right now. Danny is channeling his inner Palpatine and just trying to turn you to the dark side of the Force by unleashing your anger and hatred of Diligente to channel the Force.
You know, there's
Right.
a sense. There's actually a sense in which, because where like nice atheists are some of the most dangerous atheists to your faith, right? Like, the thing is that Matt Dillahunty is never going to convince a Christian, like, because of all the stuff you're citing. But I mean, not that I don't think anyone's faith. Maybe none of y'all will be deconverted, and I'm not. So don't take it personally. But if someone's going to be deconverted, I think they would be deconverted by a nice atheist rather than some kind of belligerent brute like Matt Dillahunty. So you got to be careful, right? As a Christian, to be who, you got to. I'm the dangerous one. Okay, just got to watch out for me.
So you know what just happened, right? So now that he's been accused of being the Emperor, he's now trying to be like, don't view me as a threat. I'm not actually a threat. Oh wait, well I am a threat, but don't view me. I'm a nice person. Yeah.
No, actually,
although in fairness, Danny, I do see your point. I do actually agree with you, and I would say on a historic level, religiously and politically, your point is well founded.
Yeah, well, in my process of deconverting, I made a friend with a guy named JT, very, very nice guy, was really nice to me while I was a Christian, and I can hear myself, or I can hear, is that me?
Since, Emory is the light side, let the hate flow.
Not me.
Tony and sunflower.
Can I hear,
anger.
is that through me?
Use it as
It
a
might
be.
power.
I don't know. It's not me. I turned my mic off and it's ignored.
Guys, he's arguing for the bad guys.
So
Do y'all hear that? Is it just me? Am I going crazy?
Danny is
No, that's
channeling
John.
his inner
Everybody
No, I hear
else's
it.
mic was off, so that was John.
and just trying to turn you to the dark side of the Force by unleashing your anger and hatred of
He's trying to
Diligente
verify something.
to channel the Force.
There's actually a sense in which, because where like nice atheists are some of the most dangerous atheists to your faith, right? Like,
I guess we're all just listening to this again now. Okay.
Like,
I don't know if he can hear us because I don't think he has his headphones on.
So it's like that awkward moment where he thinks he's like just listening, but we all hear.
So you gotta be careful, right? As a Christian, to be, I'm the dangerous one. Okay, just gotta watch out for me.
That's
So
John.
you
Right
understand,
now.
right? So
John, can you hear us?
He's now trying to be like,
No, he's got his headset off. He
has no clue.
That's
he
what I
has no
figured.
clue. He's been playing the entire stream.
What do you think his motives are right
This is
now?
weird.
Why is he re-listening to the?
It's payback, man. He had to listen to us. Now we
What
gotta
is he
listen to him.
plotting? Is he plotting?
Yeah, well, in my process of deconverting, I made a friends with a
This is so strange.
I don't get why you would. Oh.
Now
okay.
he's got it.
Why are his headphones off?
Somebody gestured him to put his earphones on.
Yeah,
This is
what?
so weird.
Are y'all talking about me right now?
Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
we
John,
just
It,
Are y'all talking
We
about
heard
it was
all of that.
rehashing our whole conversation.
You heard it?
yeah,
We heard the whole thing.
Yeah.
we heard the whole thing. We were just listening.
I have it on mute. How the hell is it going? Okay.
I don't
Are y'all still hearing me talk right now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet though. I think a different mic is like maybe your headphone mic is actually the one that's picking up audio. Because
he's been having a running mic issue for like the last week and a half, so this is like one of those things where we just all kind of throw something at the wall and go, "What on earth?" But Danny, go ahead and pick up now that we don't have a continual echo.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, I was just saying, I guess another way to rephrase it is that your enemies are less likely to convince you than your friends.
Well, that's true.
You know?
but in this context, like if we're all at least claiming to like seek truth, we shouldn't be afraid of potentially being converted, right? That's not like a dangerous person. If we're compelled by their arguments, why would we
I'm
be?
talking about like deception. Let's just assume Christianity is true for sake of argument,
okay.
right? Let's just assume that it's true. I'm saying that you're more likely to be deceived by a friend than by an enemy.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
You see? Yeah. So a nice atheist, because all the atheists that I surrounded myself with were very nice to me. And the ones that I enjoyed, the ones that were belligerent, because they were just they looked so wrong in what they were saying. They were, you could tell that this is just some kind of emotional game. But the ones that like were most convincing to me, not only were the ones that knew a lot of the stuff, right, the arguments and whatever, but the ones that were nice to me.
Right.
No, they were more persuasive.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but your volume has gone down even further.
You see, people like Speed of Sound and Matt Dillahunty, they might deconvert some people, but they're a lot of it. If they're trying to deconvert people, a lot of it backfires, right? I mean, they're just like they're bullies and brutes and vulgar and all this stuff. It just seems like they're the perfect representation of what a Christian should not be, right? But then if you take someone like that adopts Christian values, that isn't vulgar, very respectful, all that, then it starts to, the blur between atheist and Christian is now just simply in terms of ideology, not in terms of action.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a fair point, which serves as a by the converse of that, we can flip that around and say, as Christians, how do we interact with atheists like Danny, like Dillahunty? I get that Dillahunty's a jerk and like nobody wants to interact with him on a nice level. I get that. I'm not defending him in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, we need to flip it back around and go, okay, yes, we need to push back, and we may need to put, and that doesn't mean we, get walked on. We're not saying not arguing for being a doormat. What Sal did with Dillahunty in that debate was fantastic because he wasn't a doormat, but at the same time he called him out when he needed to be called out on his garbage. But at the same time, you don't have to be a pugilist either. And I know it's not easy for everybody. Like, I don't like conflict, so it's a lot easier for me. But so other people, I know it's a lot harder because some people really like to argue. They really like to get involved in that stuff. Yeah, John. Yes, I know, John. You know what? That's great. We need people who are willing to fight. Like I'm all in. That's good. But we got to be careful. And everybody's line is different because everybody's personality is different. But we got to be careful. Like, we need to make sure we're treating people appropriately so that they want to be around us. They want to listen to what we have to say.
And I want to say something. I got this from William Lane Craig, and I think y'all should. I learned.
Hang on a second, Denny. How about now? How's the audio?
Much better.
Much better.
Yes, it's awesome.
Yeah,
very good.
Way better.
Okay, so good balance, too high, too low. Like if I speak higher, is it like coming in too much? Like where are we at?
Oh, you're good.
No, it's good balance.
It sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Danny.
No, Sal, go ahead. I've been talking.
No, I was just about to say, you'll hear the difference when you replay it, John.
Yeah.
And now you're equal to Emery in terms of audio volume. That's all.
Just when you decide to replay it, make sure you mute your own mic this time.
I learned this from William Lane Craig. The power of I don't know can be persuasive, or like one thing that Craig advised people that were following him is that, hey, if you're confronted with a question or a problem, rather than jumping to make up your own response, sometimes it's much more. You send in the respect bar, you get respect points if you just say, I don't know, let me look it up, let me look into it, and I'll get back to you. If an atheist hears a Christian say that, the respect bar shoots up, right? And this goes both ways, of course, right? Like I think that one of the problems on both sides, right, when you're just in dialectics and these sorts of controversies, is that the response of I don't know, let me look it up is actually quite powerful in terms of how over time you end up being persuasive. Like whereas if you start making up responses and without prefacing, hey, look, this is just going to be a quick response, I don't know, I don't know, maybe someone can make my point better than myself, but like I think that that's something to take into account that I see on both sides, that don't make up responses when you don't know how to respond.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's 100% accurate. I think there's even a maturity level. It's pretty easy to tell someone's maturity, not necessarily their age, but even sometimes their age, but definitely their maturity level and just their experience in debating. If you hear one person make a at least good point or one that doesn't have an obvious answer, and if the other person is really threatened, they'll start panicking and going, that's got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard, before they even, that's the first sign that they might be
or give a silly response. They'll just give a silly response, right? Just to respond for the sake of responding. Why do that? Just say, look, I don't know. Maybe we can move on to the next topic. I have to look into that. That has so much weight in a conversation. Right?
It's very disarming. Yeah, it's a great way to disarm if your interlocutor is sort of trying to get one over on you, and you can be very disarming and just saying, oh yeah, no, I don't know at all. And then it's like, they didn't expect that. And so I agree with Danny here 100%.
Yeah. The only caveat I will add to that is, if you tell someone you're going to get back to them, remember to get back to them. Remember to research it and actually get back to them. Don't use it as a cheap out. Like, actually be genuine with it. Because the respect bar might go up, but it's going to go right back down if you don't actually follow through.
I don't think so. People are so busy, they forget that you even said that.
That's true. But if somebody actually is paying attention, and I mean, as Christians, if we say we're going to do something, we ought to be able to follow through on it.
Yeah, I guess the circumstance that Emery's talking about is, let's say you're active in a community, and you give an argument and multiple, this one argument constantly, and then someone gives you a rebuttal that you don't know how to respond to, and then you do that. Okay, let me look into it, and then the next day you continue to give your, you pretend like that never happened. People will notice that, right?
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and also this applies to if you're talking to somebody at the water cooler or whatever at work, you're going to see that person tomorrow, and they might not remember tomorrow, but they're going to remember eventually. And so, and particularly if someone's a little bit more aggressive than most of the people in this chat are, particularly if someone's more along the lines of someone who's a little bit more of an aggressive atheist, they're going to come back at you with it. So if you say, hey, I don't know the answer to that right now, can you give me some time to look into it, and I'll come back, I'll get you an answer. They'll respect that to a point, but at some point you're actually going to have to give them an answer, which means you need to actually look into it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as a Christian, regarding debate, I mean, I know that we're not really supposed to be lovers of debate. I know that we're supposed to defend the faith, though, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But I refer to Romans 1, verse 29 regarding debate there. I really have a difficult time drawing the line as to where we can just distinctly say this is where we shouldn't go when it comes to debate. But I'm pretty sure that we should be able to have discernment regarding that. It's just a little bit difficult to find that exact line.
Yeah, and I think the line's probably different for every person. That's why I don't think it maybe is delineated, because certain people, they may have a higher tolerance. They may just be able to go, okay, well, I'm willing to invest a little bit more time. And of course, it also depends on how well you know the person, how well you interact with them. If it's a family member, a close family member, like your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, you put a lot more effort into that than you do somebody you see once every 3 months or something like that. So it's just going to depend. I don't think you can draw a hard and fast line. I think it's just something where you go, okay, after a while you kind of get the sense of this person is not interested in listening, and this will look, obviously, if you're family, you're going to keep going because you love them, and you're at some point, and the individual who shall not be named, as a Christian, I'm required to love that person, and that's not easy given some of the stuff he said about me and some of the stuff he said about some of the other people here. But I'm still required to love that person, pray for that person, and give that person the gospel. Now, I won't interact with this person because I think they're disingenuous. I think anything I say is going to be twisted, taken out of context, and be used to smear me. So I won't interact with them on YouTube. But if they showed up at my church, I'd have no problem interacting with them and having a conversation with them, because it's a completely different atmosphere at that point. Now, I still don't think that said person would be particularly genuine with me, but they might be. I don't know. But maybe they're different offline. I don't know. But it comes down to, at some point, you only have so much time. You can't interact with everyone, and so you need to pick people who are open and people who you really feel like God has placed in your life for you to reach. And I know this doesn't necessarily apply to Danny, but for the rest of us, because you don't want to cast your pearls before swine, as the Bible says. But
Right, I was about to say that.
You also don't want to abandon somebody who is still reachable. And it really, a lot of that's going to depend on attitude. Like somebody who's really nasty and hostile, it's going to be a lot harder to deal with them on a personal basis interaction than it is someone who's reasonable and open to being persuaded. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's actually one of the reasons why I kept the screen name that I have. Even though it was originally a gamer tag, I realized it actually fits pretty well with the biblical narrative. I used to be one of those swine. I was really difficult to work with actually at one point. So, I mean, praise the Lord that He saved me. But I know that there are a lot of people out there right now that they are just so stuck in what they want to do or the way that they want to see things, and there's only so much we can do about that. But obviously, we need to be praying for them and focusing on getting the information that can help them to see, hey, look, there really is good evidence that this isn't just some arbitrary, undesigned world that we live in, and that life did likely come from a designer. And I mean, of course, it's up to them to make that decision. We can force it onto them, but
right.
I think with the amount of evidence that we have right now, it's pretty overwhelming. Once you start to really get to the details of that, I mean, sure, they can at least come to deism and then try to make their decisions from there. That's fine. I honestly, I think that's really the only way they should be looking at this point. And even the Bible states that there isn't going to be at that point. I'm pretty sure there won't be any atheists because of the way that there's going to be probably hard evidence that there really is a designer of some kind. So.
Yeah, I mean, and some people have just hardened their hearts and they don't actually, they don't want to be convinced. Like they don't want there to be a God because they like their sin or they like their lifestyle or they don't want to have to recant of all the public things that they've said that would be opposed to God. So, like someone like Richard Dawkins, it would be very hard for him to, at this stage in his life, to be born again because he would have to admit that everything he spent years and years and years and years and years writing about with regard to atheism was false. And, no offense to Dr. Dawkins, but that would be a hard sell for anybody, let alone someone who has written as much about atheism as Dawkins has. And so, and this is why, a lot of the leading the leading theists, the leading atheists and people like Hitchens, and I think he's deceased now, if I recall. And some of these other guys, Dennett and what's the young guy's name? Shoot, I'm trying to remember his name.
Sam Harris, or
yes, thank you,
Harris.
Sam Harris. Yes, these guys, it's going to be very, very hard for them, even if they were in their minds persuaded that maybe Christianity might actually be true. They would have to eat a lot of very public, humble pie in order to accept Christianity. And let's just be real. Most people are proud by nature. We don't want to do that, especially the public eye doing that.
Could you imagine some of the comments that would have come out, like if they really did come out as like Christians or something like that?
Well, y'all know the story of Anthony Flew, right?
Yes, that's where I was thinking.
Everyone was pinning him as a crazy because of his senileness, right? Man, imagine how annoying that would be.
Yeah,
he addressed it too. He addressed it.
Yeah. Thing is, Flew, so far as I know, Flew didn't even go to Christianity. Flew just like went to general theism. He didn't even
theism. He went to he accepted the Aristotelian notion of unmoved mover stuff, right?
Right, and
right
now, can you imagine if he'd gone a step further and said Christianity is the true religion? can you just imagine the vitriol? And Flu did this in an era before most of the stuff we've got on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you just imagine the vitriol someone like Dawkins or Dennett or Harris or whatever would have to undergo if they decided they wanted to become a Christian? Like, can you just...
I could already hear like the no true Scotsman fallacies and
Yep.
things like that.
Yeah.
This is, I think,
Sorry, go ahead.
pride. I honestly think pride is the original sin and the root of all other sins.
I mean, I would not be... I would struggle to disagree too strongly with you, because, like, I think it is it's the underlying root that, not necessarily of other sins, but underlying root of why people don't want to repent.
Yes. Yeah, but I even have a theory that I think there's a nature to sin in that it's sort of it increasingly atrophies the spirit the more you do it. As in, like, think about someone who's built a career like people you mentioned, like Hitchens, Dawkins, Harris, whatever. I mean, if you're so excessively prideful that you actually develop a career that ultimately forbids you from maybe accepting notions that would, it would devastate your career and even potentially your livelihood. I feel like you've almost atrophied your humanity or your ability to sort of repent, like you said. I don't think and I'm using the word atrophy because I don't think you ever fully get rid of it, but I think it becomes so hard when you've spent maybe 20 years, like, as a person that a career atheist, to just sort of to actually just, even if it was apparent to you, to just go, oh damn, I messed up. I was wrong. My entire career is incorrect. It's like, how hard must that be do? Once that
the Bible talks about having their conscience seared with a hot iron,
Right.
and so, like, I mean, yeah, it's still there, but it's been seared by their choices.
Right.
And so, like, you're in a position where if you were in that position, it takes an awful lot of humility to come out and say, look, I blew it. Like, I've been arguing for this position for decades, and I'm now convinced that I was wrong about that. And I mean, that's what made what Flu did so groundbreaking, because it was shocking. People didn't expect someone like Flu to come out and say, well, there actually is a God of some kind. And I mean, again, he didn't even go all the way to Christianity. He just went into like a general theism, and it's just, and that is not going to be a common occurrence. I'm like, as much as this is painful for me to say, I really do not expect someone like a Dawkins, Dennett, Harris to be born again at this point. Now, I'm not saying they can't be. That's not at all what I'm saying. Please don't take that out of context. But they would have to eat so much humble pie, and they've been spent decades searing their conscience to be opposed to God.
Right. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. And I even thought you can even think in different contexts, just the sheer nature of sin itself, I think, can do this to a person's sort of soul. Because if you think about someone, and I can think about myself too in this context, like, if you've ever done something, let's say sinful, or something that you knew was wrong, and then maybe you did it, you succumbed to your urges, the first thing everyone's going to do is their bar for themselves is going to drop, right? It's not going to be, usually it's not going to turn into like, oh, that was so horrible, I have to, like, go fix myself. It's usually, well, this is why it was understandable for me to have done that in that context. You're going to continually,
right,
as the person does horrible things. And I think, honestly, personally, abortion is the perfect example of this, right? If a woman gets an abortion, it's so much easier to say, you know what, I was brainwashed into thinking that was wrong. I know that, like, right now I feel this immense sense of, like, I did something bad, but you know what? I'm gonna just go side with the people that want to have a party in the street and say that, I shouldn't feel guilty at all about this. I should celebrate it and shout it. That's so much easier to do than to say, I probably should not have had unprotected sex, and I probably also not have, sort of like flip-flopped on the issue for 3 months and then decided I'm not ready to have a kid, and then it's like no one wants to do that. No one wants to own up to that. So,
Right.
but the more you sin, it's going to be harder and harder to go back to whoever you were when you had that original feeling of.
I mean, that's true. I remember this is one of the few. Like, I don't do well with like listening to stuff and remembering. I have to listen to it multiple times generally to hear stuff to remember it. But I remember this from an illustration that I heard when I was in church, probably when I was like 16, 17 years old. We had a visiting pastor in, and the pastor said, describe sin as a boa constrictor, essentially. That when it's small, you can feed it and you can take care of it, and it doesn't control you. But the more you feed it, the more it grows. And one day you'll wake up, find it wrapped around your neck, and you'll wonder how it got there.
Wow. That is it's exactly what I was trying to just explain, but in one simple like analogy. Exactly. Yeah.
Like it's constraining you to the point where you can't even choose to go against it anymore. It's funny, I watched a video not too long ago that had to do with abortion directly, and there was a woman, she was said to have twins, and she was a hard advocate for abortion. So she goes in, she didn't know she was going to have twins, but as soon as she was told about it, she's like, they asked her, is this going to have any effect on your decision to abort the children? And she said no, just didn't even care. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, like, oh my gosh, woman, why are you doing this?
The weirder thing, and again, I didn't mean to. When I say the abortion issue, I'm not actually even blaming the women. Like, it could be just as much a whatever of a father like tries.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm not trying to single out mothers here, but
No.
there's culture. There's a culture. There's almost. I honestly would refer to it as a party in the streets. It's like a parade in the streets where you're at a fork in the road, right? Not any of you, but the hypothetical person, like you're at a fork in the road, right? You can join the literal parade in the streets. That's just hedonistic degeneracy where nothing matters and you don't have to feel responsible for your actions. Or you can take the other fork in the road and say, maybe the sense that I'm feeling that I did something wrong is I'm feeling this for a reason, and maybe I should try to sort of not just write this off as some kind of like, oh, old-fashioned conservatives just decided to indoctrinate you. It's like maybe that is, there's something there that's worth exploring.
Exactly.
And I think that most people, not most people, but I think that it's very easy to fall for the temptation of the party in the streets, the hedonistic party in the streets. It's like, who wouldn't want to, like, in the wake of committing some sort of reprehensible act, just decide to shrug it off and go party? That's enticing.
It's
But
a way of dulling the mind, in a
right.
sense, to not feel the guilt. I mean, this is why a lot of people, and I'm not saying everybody, but this is why a lot of people drink to excess or do hardcore narcotics or whatever. They're trying to forget.
Yeah.
They've got some, and it's not always guilt. Sometimes it's pain.
My wife's father's like that.
Yeah, and I mean, but there's a reason for that. Like it's, and like, I don't want to get into too many details, but like I can in a sense I can sort of relate to it. But and having pain it's miserable, but at the same time, the drugs, the alcohol, the hedonistic seek my pleasure now lifestyle, it only hides it. It doesn't get rid of it. It just, and when you wake up from your drunkenness, or you come out of your drug-induced state, or you wake up in the morning after you've had your fill, I mean, it's still going to be there.
Exactly.
And going back, and you try and go back to it the next day or whatever, and like I just, it's not healthy because it doesn't deal with the root cause. It doesn't. It's like trying to treat a disease by simply covering up the symptoms.
Well, that goes for any addiction, honestly. And I mean, when it comes down to it, based on what, I mean, we're just going off of what Sunflower was talking about earlier. People have to really stop and think about it. Like, why do we even have a conscience in the first place? Why are there oughts that exist at all?
Right. Yeah.
If everything is supposed to be like evolution, everything started off as a single-celled organism that eventually became human beings. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that there would be any reason for there to be shoulds and oughts in the first place at all. Like, at all.
Yeah.
So that's just my perspective on it. I could be wrong. I'm just saying I can't fathom why that would make sense. And of course, that's a argument for personal incredulity. That's fine if you want to try to call me out on that. But it's the same way whenever you look at it from their perspective as well. So.
And that was it. That was the beginning of my rejection of evolution. I mean, the seed was planted because of just what you just said. I kept thinking, how is it that I have a consciousness? Because I was being taught this in 9th grade, and I began to have my doubts. And after I became a Christian, it became easier. But that really was the beginning of it, and that's something that I can't. It's like when studying computers. It's like you can make the computer pretend it feels, but will it ever really feel? No matter how big a machine or whatever you construct, will it ever experience pain and joy like a human? And just like it just seems fundamentally something of a different substance. And
Agreed.
And it leads to some really funny things. The Discovery Institute pointed this out. The resolution, one of them, is to say that the self is an illusion.
Yeah.
And that leads to all sorts of absurdities.
Well,
yeah.
This is the
not even solipsism. It's something else. Sorry.
The thing about T-Jump. This is why this is the most. I've never been this mind blown by anything ever. I was talking to T-Jump on his Discord channel, and like what you just said. The conclusion, like as absurd as it sounds to us, at least the idea that the self is an illusion is like somewhat coherent in that framework. Maybe that at least kind of makes sense. When I asked T-Jump, like, wait a second, T-Jump, so do you even experience the illusion of some sort of control or ability to, like, enact your own will on your like urges? And he said no. He said no, I've never experienced that in my life. I've never experienced any sort of even illusion of will or control over my own actions. And then even his own friends in his Discord were like, wait a second, what do you mean? Like, that's extremely weird. He's like, yes, I know it's weird. I know it's strange, but I've never experienced even the subjective experience of having will or control over my own actions. And like, this
not to
just
be harsh.
Like,
I mean, it kind of sounds like he's psychotic. Not even kidding about that.
That literally that sounds like one of the most insane and just dangerous people ever. Because think about this: if you ask people, even people that are hard determinists, right, that believe maybe the self's an illusion, free will is an illusion, if you ask these people, do you at least feel like you could try to resist an urge to, if you had an urge to do something morally reprehensible, do you at least feel as if you could try to resist it, even if you deep down think that you don't have control? They'd probably say, yes, I would feel as though I could try to resist the urge, but whether or not I succumb to it isn't up to me. T-Jump was going a step further and saying, I don't even feel as though I have any control over anything I do, which is like, that is not a human being. I'm sorry. That's what it, like, to me, that's like that is robotic. That's not,
yeah.
I've never
it sounds like it's
explain their waking experience in such a way. And it's kind of scary, honestly. If he's being honest, maybe he's just lying to try to make his case more, concrete. But I don't know if he's being serious. That's
he's probably equivocating on control, because he's going to think that people, if he doesn't think that human beings have any control, he's undermining will. Then I just don't see how you could say that there's things like rape. Rape is just defined as
ability.
Right. So he's going to have to say that rape is not wrong, because
he does. Well, he just says that all impositions on will. So he would say rape is as wrong as a rock falling on someone's head if they don't want the rock to fall on someone's head, their head.
Well, I need more context, but was he what was he denying exactly? What was he denying?
Well, he was denying that he personally had ever had a subjective experience, even if he recognized it as an illusion of sorts, that he had any control over anything he did.
Did you ask him what he meant by control?
So he's a hard determinism. Determinist, sorry.
No, but even hard determinists will often admit, like, yeah, I feel like I'm controlling my actions, but I know that deep down they're
a lot of them just say it's illusory. But
Right.
what I think Sunflower's
Right.
pointing out is not even saying that, which is it's strange.
Yeah.
But
No, he said this.
Yeah, but I just don't understand because he does accept that will can be violated. So I just don't know the context. Why would he say that?
Like,
I-
assuming we're making an assumption here that he's not in the heat of an argument, extrapolating his point to try and make it further. Because I would be very, very surprised if that statement is true. Because like even children have the ability to resist certain urges. So for him to say that he's never experienced that. I'd be very surprised about that.
Skeptical.
I believe he said it. I just don't think he actually explained what he meant because most people would probably
I'm not saying to say it. That's not my.
Well, I don't think he's consistent with it. That's for sure. That's the way I see it.
I think
That's
he meant
the way
something
he handles.
totally different. He meant something totally different than what most people mean when they say that I feel like I'm in control of my actions.
He wouldn't even be arguing in the debate if he really lived by that standard. Just to be honest. So that
that's the weird thing, though. That's what I'm. Okay, there was even a point in this Discord conversation, and I'll go try to find it. There was a point where someone asked him, like, T-Jump, you know that what you're saying is extremely unusual, right? And he goes, yes, I do. I realize that most people that are saying what I'm saying right now kill themselves. That was what his answer was when someone was like, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. He goes, yeah, I know it's weird. Most people that say what I'm saying just kill them. I'm like, let me go try to find
No, it's worse than that. You've heard of David Wood, right?
Yes, I have.
So you know his background. Of course, he used to be an atheist, and he's an actual psychopath.
Yeah, and he like beat his dad up with a hammer. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say he talked about how he had the same conclusion that you're talking about that T-Jump is explaining that he had.
Well, no.
He came to that
David Wood said that he thought he was above sort of like other people's. If I recall correctly, David Wood basically said he felt as though he didn't have to play by anyone's standards or laws or morals.
Correct.
No, T-Jump said he doesn't have a subjective experience of control over his own actions. Like, beyond the idea that he is experiencing an illusion, but he doesn't believe that he's controlling them, he doesn't even experience the illusion.
Right.
Which is just insane.
In other words, he just thinks that he's a robot, period.
Yeah, he's admitting that he is effectively a robotic, a robotic person. Let me go try to. I'm gonna see if I have the screenshots. Hold on.
Yeah.
I think T-Jump just makes stuff up to like look smart, or to, like if it's like all motivated. Like he probably said that because he said something else that's contradicted.
I that was my instinct too. I was like, he's just saying this to save face. Like, there's no like, you know what I mean? Like, because it would make it like he probably realized like, oh, this would make me look bad in some other way, so I'm just going to double down and say I don't experience.
Yeah, that sounds like T-Jump.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the reason why I brought David Wood up is because the way he made his comparison, it just made it seem like he came to the same conclusion. Although I agree with you, he wasn't living consistently with it. It was just a matter of he didn't think there was any culpability for any of his actions, right? The only reason why there was any reason for him having to pay the price for something is because there was a societal standard, and that was it. So basically, as long as he can get away from the law, it really didn't matter what he did.
Sal, what are you up to, man?
Hang on, I'm actually working on a paper. Now, you may wonder why I hang out with you all and I may not say stuff. It's actually it's really comforting to just like feel like I have a family around me. and just to help me, because sometimes doing paperwork is actually kind of stressful. So when I just hear you guys just shooting the breeze, it actually relaxes me a lot. And so I'm really grateful for the open mic, because so even when I was in college, it was just nice to hang around people, like in the lounges, just doing homework with them. I don't know, it's just something soothing about that. So I'm just listening to you guys. That's all. I really don't have much to add except nerd topics.
You like people a lot more than I do, Sal.
You know, I have to find some professional. Oh, go ahead, Sal.
No, what did you say? I missed what Emery said.
Oh no, I just said you like people a lot more than I do, because like soothing and listening to people talk does not go in the same sentence for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't really put my finger on it, and I used to think I was a loner, but I'm not quite as much as I thought I'd be. You know, maybe I just go through phases. But I will say this: just when I'm stressed out about something I'm doing, I do need kind of like some fellowship to kind of get me through it.
I have to find a professional philosopher that's a theist. I've interviewed. I've had like 3 AMAs, and they're all atheist. So I wonder who I could get. Who do y'all know anybody that's like just openly like, you know, that's someone that's done professional philosophy like that would be willing to? Do y'all know anyone?
I guess William Lane Craig. If you
Yeah, but he's not going to come on my channel. I'm too small for right now, but I'm just trying to think of.
You sure? I mean,
I think I'm too small of a channel right now. I
think with the pandemic, he's actually made a lot more time for random channels and things like that, because he made a few interactions with smaller channels recently. So I mean, you can try.
Maybe it's worth a try.
He just did a deal with Converse Contender, I think, the other day.
Oh, that'd be great if I could talk to him, but I'm such a small channel.
Danny, you know, if you operate from that perspective, you will be treated that way, right?
By Craig?
Come on, man! Just sell your 100 subs, man. Say, I got 100 subs.
I'll work with it. God, LPP, now you're gonna force me to email him so I can.
You literally have nothing to lose by sending an email.
Okay, so Danny, think about this. Okay, so you're a smart guy. So, is William Lane Craig in the approaching the validation stage of life?
Would that be some sort of accomplishment to talk to him? Is that what you're asking me?
No. I said, is William Lane Craig currently in either already in or rapidly approaching the validation stage of life?
No, he's complete, right? He's like pretty accomplished. Is that what you mean?
No. Okay, so as people get older, right, they start looking back at like, what have I done with my life? Have I accomplished good things? Like I said, right? So he's there. Moreover, he is, if you look at what he's doing with like Cameron Bertuzzi, right? It's very obvious that he sees a young version of himself in Cameron Bertuzzi. And he is now at that stage where he's already been very successful. So now for him, it's can I give back? Can I find a young version of myself that I can help to avoid mistakes that I made, be able to go further than I did, all that kind of stuff, right? People in that niche, usually if you reach out to them and ask for help, insight, etc., very often they wouldn't give somebody the time of day, but in that context, magically doors open. And like for example, like I used to do a podcast about startups and such, and I would just send emails and I'd tweet at people that were like big names and be like, hey, I explained what I was doing and why and what I was trying to accomplish and all that kind of stuff. And guys that I know I know for a fact charge like 20, 30, 40K at the low end for an hour of their time giving like a speech or whatever. I got them to come do like interviews with me, and then we'd sit there and talk for an hour and a half after the interview on Skype and such. And it's like following that exact logic. of like, hey, these people are out there. They may say no, but there's plenty of them that will say yes. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna say yeah.
Sorry, you guys know Cosmic Skeptic, right?
Yeah, Alex.
Yeah, Alex O'Connor. Yeah, he did a debate with William Lee Craig recently on, I want to say it was just the Kalam cosmological argument. And I mean, if someone like Alex can get him to talk, I'm pretty sure you could do it.
Well,
It wouldn't be that difficult.
though. I mean, I know I'm not going to take the defeatist attitude, but he is like what? He's pretty popular.
I mean, he's charismatic, that's for sure, but I don't think that he's like that popular. I didn't even know who he was until after I became a Christian, and I was like, okay, who's this kid that they keep
He almost
talking
has
about?
500,000 subscribers. He has more subscribers than Craig. Not that Craig puts any effort in his YouTube channel.
Zero effort into his YouTube channel.
Well, I mean, there's also a lot of shadow banning and stuff like that going on. I don't know how much of that would be really affecting it, but yeah, I agree with you.
409K subscribers. That's an accomplishment for any. I mean, I thought Alex.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he's very well spoken.
Yeah, Craig's Reasonable Faith YouTube, I think, has 38K subscribers. I think that's what it was. Let me see.
Yeah, I am subscribed to him, but I haven't like really paid much attention to his number of subscribers or anything.
72K. So Alex has almost,
something like 6 times that.
Yeah. I think Alex is probably one of the who's more. I think he's the most popular YouTube atheist. I'm trying to think of.
Yeah,
anyone,
probably at this point.
Actually, genetically modified skeptic has more subs than him, but
okay, who's that?
Really?
GM skeptic,
the former YET guy.
However, Alex O'Connor has he stepped away from philosophy. Like he was way ahead of GM skeptic, and then
no, Alex is ahead of GMC or GM, whatever you said.
Is he passed him again?
373K subscribers, genetically modified skeptic. Yeah, Alex is ahead of him.
Okay, well,
like 20.
It has to be TJ Kirk, unless he's like his channel broke or something. The Amazing Atheist at one point had well over 1 million.
Actually, I was looking him up the other day. He was at like 800 and something.
Amazing Atheist, yeah, he has almost 1 million.
I think he made his channel at one point. Okay, I don't know. Either way, he's big. Yeah.
Is he good?
That guy's a goob.
Oh, he's an entertainer. Like if you want to laugh, go to TJ Kirk. But he's also very he says some also disgusting stuff. But he's a self-admitted son of a con man, and I just think the apple didn't fall far from the tree on that one. I don't think there's any reason to think that he believes anything he says. I think he just is going to say the most provocative thing that's going to make him the most successful YouTube video. So
here's the thing.
You notice he always puts. Sorry, go ahead.
I was he's a PhD chemist supposedly, but
no way.
Yeah,
TJ Kirk.
I'm surprised about that.
The Amazing Atheist.
PhD chemist. I
will look that up. That's interesting.
The Amazing Atheist, got long hair, right? Goofy English guy, right?
Yeah, 6'6" fat guy with long blonde hair.
Yeah, he's a PhD. Supposedly, he has a PhD in chemistry.
Wow.
But I was looking through his site his channel the other day, and I was looking for he had 116 videos on evolution, right? So I'm looking through them, and there's nothing of substance, and actually half of them were deleted, which I thought was interesting. But a couple things I pulled up, and I'm like, wow, there's some old school talking points, and it was pretty interesting. I was like, man, there's not much substance here, even though there's tons of videos.
I'm not seeing anything about PhD in anything for TJ. I'm looking on Google right now. I don't see anything.
If you look at any of his streams, a lot of his actual streams, he'll put an actual pentagram on the bottom left of his stream. And I'm like, I think the guy's just straight up a Satanist that's pretending to be an atheist. That way, he can gain.
You would just say he's both. I mean, that's the thing. He pokes so much at the idea of theism that he would just say Satanist. Sure, I'll have how do I become what else do you got? I'll pin it on my lapel. He's just a depraved internet entertainer that is gonna always take the lowest
Okay,
hanging.
hey, so I had mixed people up. I was thinking Thunderfoot was T.J. Cook.
Oh, right.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, he does have a PhD. Yeah.
That guy is a PhD chemist. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen several Thunderfoot's interactions, but I don't think he a lot of his debates or talks, I guess you could say, really aren't that compelling whenever it comes from his perspective. But the only time I was ever really on his side was whenever he had the interaction with that feminist that went psycho on him.
Right. Sarkeesian. Well, the thing about Thunderfoot is though he has said that he's an atheist, he usually doesn't make content about that, right? He's way more science based, and then he just sort of like happens to be an atheist. But of the people that like the atheism is their selling point, I think T.J. Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, is the most subscribers, and also one of the self admittedly worst people ever.
Yeah.
Who y'all think is the most intelligent YouTube atheist?
Graham Oppie.
Graham Oppie? Yeah, is he not? I wouldn't call him YouTube atheist though. I think I would consider.
Well, yeah,
professional
I
philosopher.
agree. He's not a YouTube atheist, but he's definitely probably the smartest one I've seen.
You've been around.
I mean, obviously you're up there with my top 10.
Oh, okay.
As far as so your hundreds of subscribers would count you as a YouTube atheist, I guess. But yeah, I don't know if I did pick somebody as a smart, because he does a lot of interactions, even some debates. So I would technically count him in that category. So yeah, I would say Graham Oppie.
What do you think, LPP? Who's your favorite YouTube atheist? I can't believe it sounds so weird to ask that question.
So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, Danny is having some 1:28 a.m. need for a little bit of validation. So
no, forget about me. I'm out of.
No, in all seriousness. So, of the atheists I've had personal interactions with, Danny is my favorite by far, and both as a personality and as just intellect, like actual some rational discussion and knowledge. The rest of them, I'm like, yeah, to be honest. I mean, I like the. I've been up since 4 a.m. What's the dude? Sam Harris. Like,
oh, okay.
I don't find him that compelling, to be honest. Like all this stuff, everybody runs around like, oh, Sam Harris, so smart. I'm like, yeah. I'm not saying he's dumb, but
Harris isn't dumb, but like, I've listened to a little bit of Harris, and I've never felt like, oh, this is actually an intelligent argument.
Yeah, well, people mistake his extreme
his neuroscience.
Behavior as oh, that must mean that he's enlightened. No, he's just probably medicated as shit on 400 milligrams of Prozac or something. Just because he has no discernible emotions doesn't mean that he's brilliant. And if you listen to a lot of his points, they're just not that good. They're just okay, you made it sound smart, but this sucks. This is stupid and it sucks,
Yeah, if you take a look at his writing, a lot of it has to do with the perspective of, or the problem of evil, and then of course there's he takes a lot from the Christian perspective and then applies it to his worldview, but then he's not very charitable from that perspective, so it's kind of just ironic. I was just surprised that they even kind of as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse regarding atheism. So I don't know.
It's because he's sold so many books and done so many talks. He's big, but
let's get real, guys. There's not a whole lot that the atheists have to work with. Let's just be blunt. So,
that's definitely true. Yeah.
True story.
Well, skipping over that, LBB, you don't. I don't take you. You don't watch anime, do you?
I don't watch what?
Anime, do you? You watch anime?
I mean, there's a ridiculous amount of anime, but yes.
Okay, have you seen?
I do watch anime. Yes.
Have you seen any of One Piece? Any of it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, for those that
you say One Punch.
One Piece.
One Piece.
I wouldn't recommend it. It's
Monkey
too
D.
long.
Luffy.
The pirate. Yeah, the pirate one with a billion.
Yeah.
Well, the very first episode, it sets up it foreshadows an event where Luffy, who's on one side of like things, like one belongs to one sort of tribe, and then Kobe, which belongs to the other tribe. They become friends, but they go their separate ways and different factions that are inherently enemies. And so at the they're projecting that at the very end of the story, they're going to come back together, and then they're going to have to fight it out despite them being friends. And this is how I see it, right? Like I said, this is the beginning of our story, right? But we're going to have to fight at one point, LVP. There's going to be a point at which there's going to be a clash, okay? It's coming, okay? This is just the beginning of the story, okay?
Okay, who's gonna write the fan fiction?
700 episodes later.
So
I can't even imagine.
So if I understand correctly, so far tonight, Danny has issued warning signals that he is Emperor Palpatine, trying to just channel anger and rage. He's now stating publicly that at some point there shall be war.
There will be, yeah. But it's at the end of the story, right? This is just the beginning. I'm just saying I'm going to see you on the other side, okay? And there'll be some debate, and we'll open our browsers, and there it is, LPP versus Danny. With our tons of subscribers coming in and watching the clash, right?
Yeah, we'll have to get someone to like animate an anime fight with your avatars. Although LPP doesn't use an avatar.
That's right.
But
Though if that happens, somebody needs to clip this conversation and play it at the start of the debate.
And I'm gonna be like, LVP, I'm sorry to take you down, man. I'm sorry. I have to do this to you. It's gonna feel bad, absolutely wrecking you, LVP. It's gonna feel so bad, but I have to do it. It's got to be done. It's a necessary evil for the greater good.
Well, all of your hyperbole and suppositions and et cetera, has zero relevance if the plausibility of your existence can be explained or cannot be explained without a higher power.
Well, I'll see you on the other side.
Thomas
So welcome to. Your only out at this point is to go Lawrence Krauss style. So good luck.
Okay.
You guys could talk to this girl. Her name is Elohim. She has her own channel here, and she's an artist. I don't know. Maybe you guys could get her to do like a little something for you.
Wait, isn't Erica like an animator? Maybe Erica could do it. Gutsick Gibbon.
No.
I don't think John was involved.
I will have nothing. No. She wants to, per her own words, she wants to force me to undergo forced feminization.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm sure that was...
Or I read that, I should say.
Well, what was this, John?
Oh, you missed this drama? Sal, have you not seen the drama that happened as a result of Gutsy Gibbon saying that she thinks that I need to undergo forced feminization as a conservative alpha male?
No, I didn't hear that. Whoa.
She's joking, Sal.
I mean, we don't know. We're not sure.
It's so cute.
If you, all I gotta say is, if you just look at the language, I don't know if you should necessarily take this as a joke. I mean, it could be real. Let's.
Where did this happen?
How about over on He Who Shall Not Be Named's channel? Let's just pull up. Let's pull up the photographic. Let's pull up the photographic evidence. Real quick.
Ray said that she'll draw you as a girl.
All right, so here we have a screenshot of the exact words used by Gutsy Gibbon. As a proud member of the woke religion and diamond member of the SJW Legion, I personally can confirm our agenda is the forced feminization of all conservative alpha males, starting with John Maddox. Now she's attempted to play this off as nothing but jokes and et cetera, et cetera. However, she did not know I was present, and she used my name.
That's a joke, man.
So I don't know. I think this could definitely be a underlying, normally suppressed intent of Gutsick, and she was just feeling like she was safe over on Speed's channel. She felt surrounded by.
She never said proud member of the woke religion and diamond member of the SJ.
Listen, Sunflower. You have publicly proclaimed your love for Gutsick Gibbons, so we're not going to accept your opinion on this one. It's a very strong probability you're brainwashed and biased in your opinions. As we all know, you did issue the statement that if things didn't go well with her fiance, that you might be available. So, and as I recall, you were very concerned that your girlfriend may have heard this. So let's just. But
she's a non-believer too. Just letting you know.
So I'm pretty sure that it's entirely possible that while it probably is a joke, there is the possibility that it's not a joke, and therefore, as an accused hyperliteralist, I am just going to have to extrapolate out that she does want to enforce feminization on me.
Well, just to back up
there's truth to it.
But no, in all seriousness, I was cracking up. Sal, they were talking on Pudding's channel about all this stuff. They were making jokes, and anyway, she started writing this stuff. So I went and I screenshotted it and I posted it on my community, and I tagged Erica. So I'm watching this in real time. I tag Erica. 5 minutes later, she's like, of course, in chat, like adding. Pudding and everybody like, John's doing this, you need to go see what he's posted. So then they spend the next 45 minutes going on this long-winded exposition about me, and I was just rolling in the aisles because the stuff they were coming up with was hilarious. So anyway, then later on in the day, I that last one I did, it was like how to trigger a YouTube atheist, and I said, give them a taste of their own medicine. I mean, they do this sort of thing all the time. It's called taking things out of context, then going hyper literal. And then they started accusing me of trying to save myself. And I'm like, so I use your words to make fun of you. And now I'm the one that's trying to save myself. Like, okay, yeah. In the world we live in right now with cancel culture, jokes don't fly anymore. There's a reason that comics are getting fired.
Yeah.
I
was going to say, you could use
that. Wow. I'm so behind the times. Is it serious?
What?
Yes, all this stuff actually happens. So.
Oh yeah, Sal.
Yeah, really
comics are like getting fired. I mean, getting banned, all sorts of stuff for like if they make snide comments and jokes that aren't like politically correct, they're getting straight up fired, banned, canceled, big time. I mean, it's nuts.
They just canceled Pepe Le Pew and they redid Lola Bunny from Space Jam to be like overweight gym shorts. Like they you know what? Like this is definitely the end times. It has to be.
So I was going to say, John, you could use that video I posted there to back up your case. You could, as a joke, of course, it's a satire about how communist China is trying to eradicate effeminate men. It's from a channel called Black's Pigeon Speaks, and he just goes over and does all kinds of political stuff from like across the globe. But I thought it was pretty funny.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed before.
I'm gonna
get too political.
I actually
get up
in the morning.
No, see, what's happening right now is Danny has come, fired his shots across the bow, and now he is running away in case of a return salvo.
No, I was just foreshadowing.
It's a white flag.
Huh?
It's a white flag event.
If anyone wants to see the time T-Jump admits to being an NPC, I posted it in both YouTube and the StreamYard chat. If anyone's curious, that like it's basically the second screenshot is the most troubling one, but the first one gives a little background. He basically says, like, imagine he says, and I quote, "It's more like if you are drowning, do you feel the choice to swim up or do you just do it? Most of my life is like that, so I never felt the choice thing." So T-Jump experiences life as though he's drowning, and every action he makes is just him swimming to the surface. Oh, like that's the most insane thing I've ever heard, like personally.
Yeah, I think it's just to remove culpability.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I need to go to bed. I have to get up for church in the morning. So thank
Right.
you all for letting me drop in and blow off some steam tonight. Appreciate it, and thank you everybody for
God
coming on.
bless you.
Have a
You're
great
always
night.
God
welcome,
bless you,
Have a great night,
Emery.
man. Have a great
Have a
night.
great night.
Really great seeing you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we now live in a completely bizarro world. I joke about this all the time, but I really feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone episode on a regular basis. I
Yep,
mean,
me too.
it's just like walking down the street, driving around, whatever, and some of the stuff you see, it's like, this cannot be real. Like, this is not
Hmm.
actually happening. And it's not in the irony is before, the madness of 2020, I would see random stuff and you like kind of crack up and it's like, oh, that's weird, but whatever. Now I'm seeing all this stuff and it's like, this is not even remotely sane. We've gone from like the occasional weirdo to
Yeah.
like people are clearly cracking,
You- you-
and
it's scary. I'll tell you. I mean, just I was having a conversation with someone, um, and I said that there's some really basic things that are just really disturbing, like just releasing criminals, violent criminals out of prison, and just letting them roam the streets. And like, what's up with you guys? I mean, this is just nuts.
well,
If anyone has family, this is, and you care about protecting not just yourself but your loved ones. This is not. What kind of sane policy is this? Nuts.
here's the thing though. It's not insane. If your objective is to create the modern version of the brown shirts,
Yeah.
then it's actually brilliant. You're creating your ground force under the cover of quasi justification from a humanitarian perspective. Like
But
that's the way it's being framed, right? But
the, yeah,
the end outcome is obvious, or the end
yeah.
I mean,
objective
you
is
guys are,
obvious.
It's the leadership that it may be brilliant on their part, but the people that are just acquiescing to this and just thinking it's a great idea, going out there and we fighting for prisoners' rights. I mean, these are violent offenders, and just like we're all the feminists here, stand. They ought to be
Right.
standing up for women's rights here.
Right.
And they're just letting some of these really gruesome people just walk the streets. I just I don't get it.
Well,
That
what I'm very concerned about, I agree with you completely. What I'm very concerned about is I think part of the strategy is with the handcuffing of the police by different liberal cities, in the same cities, the release of these violent criminals in those states, right? There's only one outcome, and we're already starting to see it. We're going to see massive spikes in crime, massive spikes in rape, and all sorts of other, gruesome problems. Then you've got if the police are not being able to take action, there's only one macro outcome, which is going to be vigilante justice. Because I mean that's happened since the dawn of time, right? When there's a breakdown of law enforcement, some of the men may be placated for a period of time, but eventually they won't just sit idly by. And at least fingers crossed they wouldn't. But I mean,
yeah.
with those kinds of fears, I mean, look what happened what's happened in Sweden, and it doesn't get very much coverage. Actually, it's almost been erased from the internet. But the Sons of Valhalla groups spring up they started in Sweden and they've spread all over Europe, and basically what it's turned into is, because of all the issues they're having in Europe with the sexual assaults with the immigrants and everything, because the police won't do anything about it, groups of men are literally forming brigades to walk women to and from train stations and bus stops. And like up in Norway and stuff, and I know in Germany too, like they're walking around with like gigantic, like the mastiffs and the Alsatians and all that kind of stuff. They're walking around and it's basically don't even dare even look or talk to the women that we're protecting. and if you do, we're gonna do what needs to be done. And I'm hoping that we won't get to that extreme here. But I mean, with the number of violent criminals are being let out, it's the likely outcome that's gonna, if the police won't do anything, that other people will.
You guys have heard of that guy Yuri Bezmenov?
That name sounds very familiar. Why should I know that name?
So he is a KGB defector. I guess he was like trained in like covert political operations. He was like supposed to work in tandem with like the media and to subvert our more or less, I guess, democracy, whatever you want, republic situation, through different tactics. Most of it had to do with like the way that they word things and say things and promote certain ideologies during the Cold War era. And so he defected and explained what their tactics were. And I posted a video about this in the chat if y'all want to review that information. It's really good, actually. But everything he says is what we're seeing today. Like, literally, this is from like back in the 80s, before I was born. And I mean, it's just uncanny how perfect this describes what we're seeing today. But he said that once we get to this point, it could be basically like there's no other way of returning to the way we had it before. You'd have to go through 3 full generations to try to reverse things, and they have to be in the right direction the whole time. There can't be any other way of looking at it. And
I mean we're on the trajectory. There's no other alternative other than at some point in the near future there being the violent correction. It has to be a violent correction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and whether the financial correction comes first, which is going to lead to the violent correction, I mean, historically it's an inevitable outcome. There's no way around it at this point, especially with the blatant, I mean, heck, the freely admitted objective of members of government on both sides of the aisle.
Oh yeah.
And in state and local government, I mean, they're all in on the power grab at this point.
I mean, then you have like the groups like BLM and Antifa. They even come out directly saying, "Hey, look, we're trained activists for Marxism." Like, what do you think is the closest ideology to communism? Just think about it. It's just so stupid. People don't think about this stuff before they allow people to go rampant with it.
I mean, it's scary how quickly a society can just implode. I mean, I just look at Venezuela. I'm just like, goodness, these guys have, there's the term that we hear about the useful idiots. So the leadership may be very clever and very cunning in a very devious, dastardly sort of way, but then there are these useful idiots, and there are plenty of them. It's just unbelievable, and so this, some of this BLM stuff, I was just like, I'm hearing about like black men being killed by these BLM activists. I'm just like, destroying their businesses, their jobs. And just like,
yeah, I mean, they won't say anything against like people that are like dying in the slums or anything like that. And in fact, if there's like a shooting that's happening in Chicago and a little girl dies from that, they won't say a word, but they'll say a word as soon as like a cop that supposedly was white kills a black, person in that area. And I'm just, it's insane. They have a crazy misconception of what's really happening. I don't really understand it personally. I think it's crazy.
Yeah, we're well, I tell you what, that's the point you were making about the infiltration, and like the book I was talking about earlier, The Naked Communist, and he was really, as he's diving into the level of infiltration that happened during Stalin and Khrushchev and all them, like just the layers. I mean, they had people all the way into the White House that were actively transporting information back to the Soviets. And I mean, I say like had him in the White House. Literally, the one of the guys was testifying. Um, he busted a group of the Russians at an Air Force base in Colorado, had them held at gunpoint while they like searched their briefcases. They had like ridiculous amounts of classified information, and not only did they get released, he got relieved of command by the guy in the White House, like the high level official in the White House. And I'm just like, it's like he calls him to report all this stuff, and instead of them getting him for espionage, they fire the guy that's turning him in. Like, that's just astounding when you think about it. I mean, I knew there was high levels of corruption, like to that extreme. I mean, wow. And it's just continuing.
Well, it just goes to show the level of corruption that we're seeing in government too. I mean, actually, that's one of the things that's brought up in that video that I was pointing out with, which you can use for satire. Black Pigeon Speech was talking about how apparently the Chinese government was pointing to the CIA as the main contributing factor as to the reason why men are becoming effeminate in Chinese and Japanese culture. And I had to laugh about that because I'm like, well, I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, how the CIA has been behind all kinds of stuff across the globe. So,
yeah, at this point now, I mean, there seems to have been such a coordinated, on a global level, there's been a coordinated effeminization of men. There's no doubt about that. And when you think about the, like, there, I don't know how you can argue that that's not the case when in the past, in my lifetime, the average testosterone levels in a man has dropped over 50%. Over 50% in 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, genetic entropy aside, 50% in 30 so in what, two generations? You've dropped
like a
30%?
generation and a half, yeah.
Yeah, you got something like it's really more like a generation and a half. I mean, let's say two. We'll say two just to be like make it easy, right? 50% in 2 generations? Like, no. You've got additional variables that are causing this stuff, you know?
There is concern. There's a lot of environmental pollution, and even in our foods. I mean, there is soy boy jokes all over the place, but there's a grain of truth that there could be all sorts of contaminants that all of us are dealing with. Just as a total aside, there's orchestrated corruption, and then there's just like local corruption that is just pure greed. And just, I think, what are these guys thinking? Like they caught this president of a teachers union somewhere taking his kid to private school, and he was a public school president of a teachers union that was insisting on lockdowns. Just the utter hypocrisy.
Yeah, we're reaching extremes of do as I say, not as I do. I mean, we're experiencing a mass application of the let them eat cake concept. I mean, that's where we are now. And
I was just going to say, remember Alex Jones when he was talking about how they had all these pollutions that were causing the frogs to turn gay, apparently, or the male frogs. Anyways, they were supposed to I think it was that they were changing genders all of a sudden from different contaminants, and like this was a real thing, but people were laughing at him for it because they thought it was crazy, but it's true. And like this is not a joke. There's a lot of stuff like that that's happening out there today, and people are just kind of like passively, just kind of sweeping under the rug, not really thinking about the effects, and certainly not thinking that it's real, But anyways, that's just one of the things that I was thinking about there.
Well, I'd tell you what, it is very interesting to, if anything, this past 12 months has dramatically increased my attention to detail. And by that I mean from like a observational perspective, and my observations have been cementing, if you will, some of these these ideas I'm putting forth right now. I'm like, I didn't before all this, and because there were just so many people out and about, right? I didn't notice like the stark differences that can be in place. Because there are just so many people. Like, I didn't notice myself like standing out, and I've talked about this before, but like, I truly, until this past year, it was a kind of a concept I thought about occasionally, but I never really was observing, I did occasionally, but I wasn't like really analyzing it, of like, at 6'1", I am usually the tallest person in the room. And walking around in a Costco or whatever, and I'm like, huh. I started like observing it and stuff, being like, huh, this is weird. Okay, cool. So I'm almost done shopping, and I've seen two people that are taller than me, right? As you're walking through this place and stuff. And I'm not saying that like I'm super tall, because I'm not. I'm only 6'1", right? But the whole premise of the fact that the average male in the United States is 5'9", right? And I didn't appreciate the fact that, wow, I am, and because there wasn't so many people, I really started to observe like the difference, like just in how the world must be observed from the dramatic height differences and such. Then I really started paying attention. I mean, knew women were small. I always, like, hey, girls are smaller than you, whatever. But I didn't really appreciate because I was less distracted, I guess. This whole premise of not being able to reach a top shelf. I never really paid much attention to it, right? And then all of a sudden I started really taking more appreciation for the fact, like, holy crap, I can reach, like, it's not just that I can get this, it's the other person can't. Like, literally can't do it, And at least not without help, those kind of things. And where I'm going with all this is going back to, like, the decline of humanity. I'm like, you can always get smaller. It's way harder to get bigger. I can't, I have to bend over to pick up X. But I can do that. The person who is shorter can't reach as high as me. Those kinds of differences. And it's, they're very subtle and not that big a deal from the macro view, but kind of put much more of the significance of the things that we're seeing happening into a different context for me this past year. But like I said, prior to 2020, I was so busy. I was never even, and there's just so many people walking around. You don't really have the time to, or the reduction in distractions, I guess, to kind of even make those kinds of observations.
Oh yeah. I mean, okay? So not to get like too into like the political arena and all that stuff, but I was watching a video, I want to say it was yesterday. Had to do with like sports. I think it was tennis. Serena Williams. I think she's like the top female player in that.
Oh yeah, she's been the top female player for almost like 15 years at this point.
So I guess in the video they were discussing like the differences between biological differences between men and women, and how there's these potentials, between whether or not a woman can actually truly overcome like the best of the best, like the best of the best women in those fields could become the best of the best in the men's field as well, because there were cases where they were saying, well, I could beat literally anyone, right? Like I'm the best player in the world. And then so she put her money where her mouth was one time, and she went and she said that at a lesser claim, I could be anyone that's outside or within the I think it was outside of the top 200 top players in the men's division. And so there was a number 203 guy that tried to go against her, and he said that he was playing as if he was a 600 in that field, and he beat her like really bad. Really, really bad, actually. And I mean, again, this is nothing against women. I'm just letting you know, like, that's how bad it went for her. And she's supposed to be the best in the women's division all across in the whole world that I'm aware of. And that wasn't the only time, too. Apparently, they tried to do a second bout, not the same man. It was a different guy, apparently. And I think he was actually like top 350 or something like that. somewhere in that range, but he very close to that. And yeah, he still beat her really, really bad. And so it just kind of goes to show that even like the far lesser ranked people that aren't even that high up there could still, like they were talking about how it's potentially that like boys that are like 14, 15 years old could probably beat some of the best female athletes out there, and it's only because they are physically more capable without really having to try that hard, right?
Case in point, the women's World Cup team lost to a high school boys team. I mean, and it's, yeah, I mean, that whole deal of would Serena Williams beat the pants off me at tennis? Yes, but I can.
Yeah, she beat me.
But I can barely, like, I am horrifically bad at tennis. She would beat the pants off me. But like when you're talking about like the dudes, the ones with a slow serve are hitting it at 110 miles an hour.
Oh yeah.
And that's a slow serve. On the female side, a very high, like a fast serve for a woman is like 90. And I think like it's really exceptional. I want to say that Venus Williams and Maria, I can't pronounce her name, Sharapova, she was getting up like 105, 109, I think. But then you've got people like Andre Agassi and some of those guys. They were serving at 140.
Wow.
I know. Andy.
Imagine having to ricochet that.
I know Andy Roddick. He had a power serve too. He was getting them up to the high 30s and low 40s, 140s. And I'm like, let's think about this. And sometimes those dudes get that crap back.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
and then some, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes they hit a winner back. Not just like get it back over the net, like they hit a winner. And it's like, when you think about this, like a baseball, it's like 100 miles an hour, and you're very low probability you're hitting that sucker, right? Those dudes are serving at 130, 140 miles an hour, like on a regular basis. And like when you think about that from the reaction time, okay, reaction at 90 miles an hour is tough.
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to at 140? And what is that? Another like 40? That's almost like another almost 40% faster, right? Like or 35%, whatever that is. That's nuts. You think about the reaction time you'd have to have. You already have to be reacting basically before they hit the ball. And as a sidebar, that's where the very interesting aspects of subconscious thin slicing come into play in relation to tennis. Well, actually, I think sports too, but like your subconscious is being able to analyze the trajectory of stuff before the freaking ball is hit. Like what? And when you think about that in relation to the like what's going on in your subconscious, like the computational ability in your brain to be able to analyze and send the appropriate signals to your body or to the muscles, all the muscle groups, in order to conduct this, action. I mean, to me, that's when you really contemplate what is having to occur in order to like hit this ball back, right? Like the engineering behind that is in the computation is nuts.
It's insane. Yeah, it really is. Well, it's another thing that we're talking about let me see, I'm trying to remember which video it was. Something about like how amazing it is that certain animals just instinctively can track animals and things like that. I think it was one that Sal was playing. Was it one that you were playing earlier? Had a Jewish scholar that was, I think it was a biologist, that was talking about bats and how they could.
Oh yes, that was Biolek. Their ability to sense nanosecond differences.
They changed
timing.
They changed their strategy in order to, because obviously they can't see in some degrees of the light depending on what's going on, and so if they couldn't get the right trajectory and the distance, everything like that, with just the one outburst that they would usually use, they changed it up where they would just sit still. They would send 2 in this direction, then 2 this direction, and they would be able to gauge it from that alone. And so it just goes to show that this is ingenuity at work, like
Yeah, they could
at a
set,
level we can't even fathom.
yeah, the physicists said that's impossible, and they confirmed it, and they said, yeah, they must be. What they actually confirmed was the reaction time, the computational time that they have to do their task to like say
millionth of
swallow
a
that
second, I
lump
think
or
it was.
whatever, is on the order of 10 billionths of a second. And the other thing that they computed that was probably more significant was that's the limit that's right at the edge of what the laws of physics would allow. And so that whole
Right.
lecture, it was on my channel. It's More Perfect Than We Imagined. It was a Cornell lecture by a biphysicist, and that's like my favorite topic is biophysics. He was pointing out that everywhere they turn, they're seeing this optimization for like eyes. It's geometric optics. For embryos, they can count individual molecular events. Bacteria can count individual molecular events. The eyes can count individual photons. Your brains can count individual photons. You don't even realize it's doing that. And there were some, like the nerve is optimized for information processing, the signal spikes and all. They said the engineer said it was great illustrations of coding and information theory, how it's able to do that. And I was like, this is real science, it just, the topic of tonight was evolution destroyed. I said, you just look at that. You look at the science that they actually study and you compare it to just the speculations in evolutionary biology. I said it just felt like garbage science. I said I would rather study what Biolek was putting forward. Sadly, Biolek attributed all this optimization at the end to natural selection. And everyone's saying he was so close and he blew it at the end. He cited Lenski's experiment. I'm just like,
yeah, I heard that. I was laughing when he said that because I was like, wait a second, so he doesn't believe, but at the same time he's going to posit the Lenski experiment. I don't understand.
Yeah,
and he's doing the same thing that the other PhD biologist that I spoke to, her name was Dr. Ling, did. She thinks it's like the best evidence for macroevolution, and I was like, but did you read the rest of the experiment details after the fact? Because she gave me the quotes from I think it was 6 years ago. And then I went and got a more recent paper from Dr. Lenski, and he specifically says, upon further inspection, this has been shown to be adaptive genetic information from a previously existing genome within. And I was like, wow, this is so this is what you've been looking at, but you think that it's this, and this is what he said it is, and you're just simply not reading it right, apparently. And that's just sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One of the things I find very interesting and ironic about the now forced admittance that the human eye can detect a single photon. They had been many of them had been using, oh, that's not the case. It can't possibly be that a single one. Therefore, the observer problem cannot be valid. And of course now, well, if we can measure a single photon, then with our eyes, then the observer problem comes back. And it's like, you guys are, what I find so funny is the insistence that the observer problem doesn't exist, number one. And then they continued ongoing, whether it be from experimentation and other facets, or in things like, oh wait, turns out, yes, it is optimized to the extreme, and yes, it can detect one photon. Therefore, oh wait, we're back to, this is a realistic issue we have to address. And it's so amazing. I've watched a whole bunch of interviews with these guys, and it's like, well, we know we know the evidence shows that the observer problem and the measurement problem is it seems like that would be the answer, but we all know there was no life, so there must be an alternative. It's like, so all you have to conclude is that all of the evidence shows that there is an external agent that is necessary on
Exactly.
on multiple layers for any of this to exist. That's all you have to accept.
Yeah. And,
So I mean, if you're taking it from the, so go ahead. So sorry about that.
no, and then James Tour's lecture a couple nights ago on the chiral induced spin selectivity, I was just blown away. I mean, I did not know that, like the 10 megawatts versus just operating at 10 watts, like a factor of a million. If and just how, but this is what everyone is seeing now. It's optimized. It's optimized at the limits of what is even is possible. And everyone's seeing it. They come up with their evolutionary naturalistic explanations, but at least I feel that they're closer. And the reason I said that's important, Jerry Coyne, in Why Evolution is True, he repeats a lot of what the evolutionists have said. It's the proof of evolution is look at all the bad design. And so I tried to balance that out. I said, yeah, we live in a cursed world, but we're also intelligently designed. It's like looking at an aircraft that had some parts of its wing blown off. You still know it's intelligently designed.
Exactly. I mean, what I was going to bring up there is just that, like, even if you're looking at the Big Bang Theory and how that's supposed to be had happened, we have to assume that if there was, like, at some point a singularity that was spinning extremely fast, in order for that, because this is supposed to be similar to like a black hole, right? It's got this gravitational pull that's so immense, it's just pulling literally everything into this tiny infinitesimal point. In order for that to expand the way that it's explained, it would have to have energy to counteract the spin, first of all, and to push outward from that gravitational pull. Now, assuming that this infinitesimal space is supposed to be infinitely dense, that means you have to have infinity in the negative direction plus additional energy to counteract that and push outward, overthrowing it, right? And I mean, with what we're seeing today, we're actually seeing that it's actually going even faster outward than it was from the beginning, which is even more insane to think about. So that does, it just kind of more or less shows that there had to be an external force applying additional energy inputs to this initial system here just for this to even happen in the first place. And that's just another evidence to me that this is definitely a intelligent design at work.
No, that makes total sense. I agree with you completely. Yeah, the this paper I've got pulled up here, I say paper, the article. This paper goes with it too, but so I remember the other day I was talking about how people were saying like, hey, when are we going to start paying attention to the quantum enzyme problem and what's being discovered?
Yeah.
This is from 2018, and basically this I mean, it's in chemistry worlds. I mean, it's not exactly some fly-by-night spot, right? As organic chemists, we are trained to ignore quantum tunneling, says Peter Schreiner, an organic chemist from the University of blah, blah, blah. He believes that recognizing the quantum phenomenon will lead to better understanding of what makes chemical reactions work. And once chemists learn how to control tunneling, it opens the door to a larger molecular universe, as you can generate species that are not accessible by conventional means.
Yes. And actually, I knew about this in a reverse way. When they're manufacturing chips, they're actually trying to limit the effects of quantum tunneling, because that's how you get some of the when the computer chips will get this noise and stuff leaks over it. It computes something it shouldn't, and you have to try to correct that. So it's interesting to see that they have kind of reversed this to try to exploit it. But there are other quantum phenomenon like quantum spin, which is, I guess, related to what Dr. True was talking about, the chiral induced spin selection. But it's one of my favorite examples of biophysics. They use the quantum spin pairing, these electron pairs, to sense magnetic fields. And that's why we have birds that can fly navigate 40,000 miles, waypoints from the north to South Pole. These birds will migrate right into the middle of the ocean, right in the middle of nowhere. How can you have a waypoint, and these birds, one, they know where it is, right in the middle of the ocean, and they're using magnetic navigation. I just like, no one knows how that can be done, because as a pilot, my least favorite navigation device was the magnetic compass. I want radio navigation. I want GPS. I don't want to fly with a magnetic compass. It's just
So it's even worse than that though, because they even have next generations that have never been there before to those locations.
I know,
and they're still able to find it because they have to follow their parents, which they were never there. They have to learn how to fly on their own.
Yeah, the monarch butterflies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not yet. I'm talking about birds, but yeah, the monarch butterflies do that as well. They go through, I think it's like 3 generation cycles before they travel back for where they're supposed to be able to graze or whatever. And it's like 1,500 miles I think they have to travel or something like that, something crazy. And they had a brain that's like the size of the head of a pin needle here. That's insane to think about. How in the world can they do?
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're using some quantum effects, like the birds. I mean, they
are. They are. They've actually they've looked. I'm having a brain fart on the specific protein, but they've actually been finding it in bacteria. They found it in butterflies. They found it in all sorts of different. Like once they originally found
cryptochrome. It's called cryptochrome.
There we go. Yep.
Cryptochrome.
And they're finding it everywhere now. But the irony of ironies is what? It's one of the things I say all the time. Up until very recently, insert whatever the talking point is, we didn't know what to look for.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, call it what you want, though.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, the cryptochrome, whatever they want to call it, like, in the end, they're probably going to say that's just a natural cause, right? But we can still say that under our paradigm, we understand that it's obviously something that's been designed into their structure.
And you know what? The reason I'm familiar with this is part of my cell biology course. All the students had to make a student presentation, and my presentation was on magnetic navigation. And after I made my presentation, one of the students, right in front of the professor, who's also the dean of the school, said, when I hear this, it just makes it hard for me to believe this evolved. Just right there.
Yeah.
I'd say,
so y'all know. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'd say man, I gotta go to sleep. What was the name of that book? It's one of the first books on quantum biology that was written. I cannot believe I'm forgetting what the name is. Anyway, one of the points they're making in the book, it's very funny because like the whole book was kind of the point you were making, Sal. This is just mind-blowing stuff, like just minds being completely rocked. And at the very end, it's like, well, with all of they came up with some like very bizarre explanation of how this could be applied to freaking evolution. But the level of desperation that is coming out of these people to try and somehow rationalize to themselves that things of this degree of specificity could possibly just be emergent properties. Like, to be honest, the whole premise of emergent to me is like, you're taking that concept to the far extreme of plausibility. It's not, can things happen on the micro, like inside this little bubble? Yeah. But we're not. What are we talking about that's actually happening? There's a big difference between a few iterations of X happening versus a complete and utter coherent system that has 17,000 layers of interdependence, coming in, just coming out of and being a quote unquote emergent property. Like that concept, I think, gets spewed around a lot, and then they don't actually substantiate it at all.
Yeah, they have to just insert. Yeah, it's like millions of years. Of course, you're forgetting about that, John. I mean, how can you forget about the millions of years? Obviously, it went through many generations of transition and change. It's so stupid. But the saddest thing right now, I think, is just that people are still clinging to this notion that all it takes is for us to have a little bit of imagination, and we can just extrapolate literally anything to happen. They even talked about how prophecies in the Bible, that oh, any one of those prophecies could have happened given enough time. And I'm like, well, first of all, with the amount of time that we have right now, only 2,000 years, it's crazy that any of these have even come true, if you really think about it that way. But, I mean, because they're over here saying it takes millions of years for these certain things to take place anyways, but it only took 2,000 years for these specific ones to take place? Are you kidding me?
Right,
what are the odds?
All right, I just remembered what I was going to say about from that book. The authors were talking about, it's like, when we actually think about this, and this is really mind-blowing, fruit is actually the result of literally printing something out of the air. And they were describing, like, basically how the materialization of carbon and other nutrients being, like, literally taken out of the air. Like, we view, from our mindset, what we think, like, are there things coming out of the soil through the roots and stuff? Yes. But in the context of the actual construction of, like, an apple, for example, that's hanging there on the tree, it's actually being built in, like, a 3D printing action happening in terms of what's actually being done for it to be created. And yes, it's grabbing nutrient stuff that are coming through the veins and everything, but in terms of the actual shape forming, it's pulling carbon out of the air and, like, forming it into this structure and then instantiating it with all the nutrients in different parts and stuff. And it's like, it's really hard. And it was so funny that the PhD authors are writing, like, it's really hard to think about this and to really contemplate what's actually happening, because, we think about this in the exact opposite of what is actually happening, And I'm like, man, so we've got, like, the tree is actually like a 3D printer / Star Trek. Oh crap! What's the thing they always tea Earl Grey hot? What's the thing you always use to get? Man, what do they call that in Star Trek?
Oh, like the beam up thing? Is that
no, not the transporter. The oh crap! The thing that used to you get the food, it would just appear.
Oh, I forgot what it's called.
Man, I can't.
They have something like that in the Fifth Element as well, like where they just put, like, little pebble on, like, a plate, and then they stick it into this, like, oven, and then they just press a button and it pops out of this tablet. Has, like, a whole meal on it.
Yeah, it's really replicator. There we go. That's it.
Right.
The thank you, Seeking the Narrow Way. Yeah, it's a. Yeah, I remember the first time I read that book, I was like, when they were talking about that piece, I was like, huh. Okay. Mind being blown right now. And like I said, that's why I find it so ironic. At the end of that book, he's like, I think there was like 13 chapters. It was so funny. 13 or 14 chapters. I think it was 14 chapters. And he starts the 14th chapter with, now we know that the first 13 chapters have seemed very, basically have your freaking mind blown. And in the final chapter, they try to come up with some way to, like, explain how this all fit into like evolutionary theory.
Yeah, just like what Richard Dawkins says. He's like, you have to realize that there's going to be the appearance of design, but you cannot let it go beyond that, basically. And well, see that video that Sal had posted that had Baylor, I think is his name, or Bailiff. He talks about how cells, when they first divide, I think this is like, was it for maggots? Is that what it was?
Yeah, flies, but they have to be maggots.
That's
Go
right.
to the maggot stage first, yeah.
Well, there's a certain number of cells that have to be in the exact position that have to be required for that cell membrane to take form, and then there's a exact third of those on each side, right?
Right.
And there's certain ones that know which location they have to be at
Exactly.
the exact time based on a chemical residue, apparently. And there's also there's like kind of light resonance between certain ones that takes place that allows them to also correlate their positioning. I forgot what is exactly. That's insane to think about.
Yeah. At the embryo stage, it's able to, when you have like 100 cells in the embryonic stage, the positioning is precise to within one cell in terms
within
of
one cell, yeah.
And but but for them to do that, they have to count individual molecules and achieve that computation within this time frame of a minute. And with the what's very important is like, yeah, that's wow. But when you pose the problem is, what's the limit of what you could possibly do in terms of computation? And it's always at the limit of what physics will allow, always at the limit. And that's what's been astonishing. And that's why I said it's more perfect than we imagined, because you can't make it more perfect than that.
Oh yeah,
And,
yeah.
So LPP, if you haven't seen it, the video is on my channel, More Perfect Than We Imagined. William Bialec's Hans Bethe lecture at Cornell, 2015. Hans Bethe was a Nobel Prize winner, and Bialek was giving an honorary, memorial lecture, and his topic was "Life is More Perfect Than We Imagine." It was a beautiful lecture, and I was like, okay, he's going to suggest intelligent design at the end, and he totally blew it. And he peeled the natural selection, and Lenski's a great experiment. And just like, yeah, you had pure water up until that point, and you had a poison. You just poised it, but
poison the well.
It was so well articulated. I said everyone will still appreciate it. I think all the ID proponents will say, yeah, we're going to dismiss the last part, but everything he said just highlights the wonders of the design, because we can't build it, can't build anything like it.
That's why I always go back to the whole premise of what is incredulity and what is plausibility. And I mean, at this point, I am incredulous that people think it's plausible. I mean, that's where I've gotten. That's where I've gotten to, of like, which one of us is actually making an argument of incredulity? I mean, you guys are claiming things that, per your own admission, seem impossible. Through your own model, it doesn't make any sense, and it's not remotely coherent to actually have any level of reasonable expectation. And then you're going to categorically dismiss the one thing that does explain it. And at that point, I have a hard time taking you seriously if you're going to continue on that path and continue to double and triple and quadruple down. As every day goes by, the number of requirements and the implausibility skyrockets. And
yeah,
because honestly, we've all seen the crazy math of some of the basic stuff, right? But the irony is that some of those calculations that had completely insane improbabilities were done prior to our discovery of who knows how many additional variables. Right? So it's like, oh, hey, I hate to break it to you guys, but we've added like 24 new layers of variables we have to account for, and then it's like, insert next paper. Well, it turns out, and then things like with case in point, chirality induced selective spin, right? Like, oh wait, let's add a new. I mean, that's not like new, but I mean, it's like it's a relatively unaddressed one, right?
That was brutal. The chirality induced selective spin, and it was in Changed Loritan's book. And that's when they're adding these nucleotides one at a time, and you have to go through this recipe just to add one nucleotide. And James Tour is saying, yeah, you have to protect and then deprotect just so that you don't get the wrong connections. And then he did that calculation. He said, even if you're like 99.8% yield that you succeed with each step, you're only going to get to about 100 nucleotides, and you'll only get it right half the time. And Changed Loritan got the same figure that Tour did, because Ventnor couldn't build these synthetic genomes more than 100 nucleotide segments at a time. He had to stitch them together. And Dr. Tan said that took like a year to stitch these 100 these bases at a time. And she was saying, this cell can do this in 20 minutes and can go through like 6 gigabases and do it perfectly.
Yeah.
I was struggling to get 100 at a time.
Yeah, the level of incompetence that we have in comparison to, I think that just gets completely unappreciated by the average person. Of just like, I mean, here's the thing that really I get very irritated about is when, I'm just gonna be blunt, when dumbasses run around talking about like, if it was designed, then the fidelity rate would be better. And I'm just like, in what universe is 1 in a billion not ridiculously good? Like, you morons. Like, and oh, wait. Let's also not forget that you're having to account for a ridiculously greater number of noise variables in that information transfer that's going on than are what we're having to deal with in our systems. Like, our stuff is way more shielded, way more protected, and has way fewer interference things to account for than what's going on in a biological system, and we still only have a 1 in a billion error rate. That is amazing.
And the other thing is, from Shannon's theorems, we know that if compactness is your goal, you have to allow errors. That's why we have disk drives that deliberately allow errors in the read and write process, and you put in a Reed-Solomon error correction, because the optimal way for if the optimality is for compactness, Shannon's theorem says you go ahead and allow. I mean, a consequence of Shannon's theorem is that the best design is to have error correction and allow errors. And I'm just like, and I talk to biologists, and it's like, they're saying just like what you said, John. But I take an information encoding theory. I'm just like, you guys know nothing. If you studied this, you'd actually know this was optimal design. But it's beneath. You just dismiss that the engineering world is irrelevant to biology. But this was 20 years ago. That's changed, because now a lot of research teams in biology want people with an engineering background and physics background.
Well, the blunt reality is, and I'll send you a paper on this, Sal. I was reading one last week on, they are now coming to the realization that there is, not only is there multiplexed code from the digital perspective, there's also analog signals being sent via supercoiling. And so when you think about that, that now gives you no less than 3 layers of information that are being, and instruction sets that are being sent through the same medium to a translation mechanism and then being expressed. And you're going to tell me that somehow 3 layers of no less than, let's put it, no less than 3 layers are being able to be formed spontaneously through undirected process. I mean, I honestly don't know how these people take themselves seriously at this point when you're like actually looking at the and the irony is, like, when I've read this paper to Danny Boy and it went way over his head, the quaternary code base, or alphabet base, sorry, is necessary in order to accomplish the level of multiplex coding that's happening in the genome. You wouldn't be able to do it with purely binary to the same efficiency level and the same capacity. And it was so funny. Like the end of the end of their paper was like, "This is truly fascinating." Like we found this, like, this is actually superior to what we're being able to do in. It's like I think they said it was it reaches the maximum. Go to your point you're making. It reaches the maximum of current multiplex code theory.
And you know what? It doesn't surprise me.
The maximum
possible, and that's everything. That's consistent with everything that we're learning. And Biolek was pointing. It's always at the maximum of what's possible. It's just mind blowing. It's always at the maximum, just at the edge of just failing. It's taken right to the edge. Oh, I wanted to ask you just slight. It's still related to the topic. You seem to be a very good reader of people. I mean, how do you read Professor Dave? He's a really. I mean, to me, as a blackjack player, this guy can bluff. Or is he really just delusional? I mean, what's your take on him?
On Wannabe Dave?
Yeah.
I think that he strikes me as somebody who has a very artificially inflated ego. I think he honestly believes his own BS now. I'm serious.
I think the saddest thing about it is just that he's actually called himself a professor when he doesn't have the credentials nor the experience to be called one. That's just
I mean, there's that. I agree. But I think in this context, and actually, I'm going to go back to what you just said there, because I agree with you to an extent. I think in this context, they told me I couldn't do it, right? In terms of the academics, quote unquote. He dropped it. He didn't finish his master's in chemistry. He pivoted, all that kind of stuff, right? I'm sure in somewhere in the back of his mind, in his layer of insecure little nerd, he wanted to feel, validated. He goes out, builds this YouTube channel. Now he's got 1 million followers. Now he's, a personality and an influencer and all that kind of stuff, right? In this context, you've got a insecure individual who has an artificially inflated ego, faux confidence, who is now going to the extreme of retaliation towards all those who he feels that he instinctually knows he's inferior to, i.e. a Dr. Tour. And he wishes he could be him. He knows inside that he is not. But on something like a abiogenesis, it's whether or not what Dr. Tour is saying is valid or not, I've got all the headlines in my favor. And so to your point on, is he bluffing? Yeah, I mean, we all know he's bluffing. He's got nothing. He's got no cards, right? However, you always have the donkey at the table who thinks they have the nuts. And they don't actually. And in this context, and I was joking about this the other day with the, call fold. I was talking about in terms of just in general, but like the call fold. And it's like, I know I've got you. So I call. Show me the cards. And then very often in poker table, like when you call them, they throw their cards in the muck real quick. And like, they don't want to show them because they had nothing. They were gambling that you were going to be the one that folded. And that's exactly what's happening. Except, again, like in this context with Dr. Tour, it's like, I'm not calling you with ace high, bro. I'm calling you with the absolute nuts. Like, you have nothing. You have nothing. And not only do you have nothing, I know beyond doubt you got nothing because I actually read the papers. And for anybody who has ever read, I mean, Dr. Tour's it's so funny, all these dumbasses on YouTube who run around. Has Dr. Tour ever published anything on abiogenesis research? Well, if you morons would take the time to use Google, it's an amazing search engine tool you can go out and use for all sorts of stuff. Dr. Tour has written no less than, because I've read them, no less than 4 very detailed and substantive papers, not published to a journal, but he's published them like publicly, going into great detail. Like they're like the papers and this topic on abiogenesis stuff that he's written are longer than most of the papers on abiogenesis that I've read. And he goes into great detail calling them out. And he's been doing this for the last 5 years, at least. And they're very substantive, great detail, going like just destroying them. And all these people talk about how he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's like, well, have you read them? Obviously not, because he clearly does. And beyond that, none of his peers have countered him. So,
yeah. Go on, John. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was done with my long-winded diatribe there.
I wanted to say, why would he descend and lower himself to publish on Origin of Life? Because you're either going to be incompetent or unethical or both. To what I mean by unethical is if you do all the things that he said are misrepresenting, using all this relay synthesis and changing pH and having everything but random, and you're designing a synthetic experiment. At the very end, you'll say this shows that it's feasible for this to happen in a prebiotic environment. Doesn't matter if you're doing relay synthesis, you need degassing equipment, you need these UV rayonette reactors, and these, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, why would you expect him to publish an Origin of Life, given what he's said, that this would not be honest research?
Well, and here's the thing about the.
He totally could, and he would probably be very good at it if he didn't have certain ethical standards.
Well, and here's the thing about Wannabe Dave, and it's like, dude, have you not Googled Dr. Tour? Like, have you actually watched? Okay, so in his video, he went off on this whole tangent and cut clips from Dr. Tour supposedly going off on, like Jesus and everything, right? Well, I've watched some of those videos, and I watched them before all this happened, right? And I know beyond doubt that in one of the videos that he took from, in that video, Dr. Tour discusses some of his projects. And this whole Dr. Tour doesn't know anything about biochemistry is extraordinarily entertaining on a variety of fronts. One of which is that I know for a fact that one of the companies that Dr. Tour started as a result of his research is a biotech company specifically working on, and having successfully done so, by the way, so far, creating nanomachines that have been able to fix spinal cord damage and help people regain mobility. They invented this. Like, they've done this. If you're going to tell me that fixing your spinal cord on a chemical level is not biochemistry, I don't know what is. And if you claim that is not, then you, sir, do not know what biochemistry is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you at that point. And
So I'm getting it that the guy is bluffing, and what I meant is, I guess some guys may know that they have a bad hand and they're going to bluff. I think Professor Dave actually believes his own BS on many levels. I just like, dude, is that what the term donkey means? Some guy who really thinks he has good cards and he's just going to play it like he does have good cards? Is that?
Yes.
Oh,
they always think they have the best hand, or they're gonna call you with nothing and then like hope that they get ridiculously lucky and hit like runner cards. Now, those donks occasionally do get lucky. However, this is why I make the analogy about like, you've got ace king, you flop a straight with a nut flush redraw, and it's like, okay, donk, you wanna. Maybe you will get runner and get a full house on me. Okay, whatever. But right now the probability is that I have got you absolutely and utterly annihilated. So therefore, yes, I will put all my chips on the table. And however, in the context of Dr. Tour and what they're talking about on the chemistry level, it's like, okay, let's flip this. You have no redraw. You got nothing. Okay, in this context, Dr. Tour has pocket aces. The flop is ace, king. The turn's a king. Now he's got aces full of kings. It's like, you got nothing, bro. Like, let's do it. And then the river's another ace. Now you have quad aces. So it's you have quad aces. Best case scenario, the absolute best second nut hand is pocket kings. You can't lose. And then your opponent's like, I'm all in. I call. I mean, I had an example of that like about a year and a half ago up in Louisville. I was playing poker. And I had pocket kings. I flopped pocket kings, and the guy to my left bet $200. Was let out for $200. I raised him to 500. He shoved all in, and I'm like, I call, like, okay, you know. And he had like ace. I think he had ace queen, and I had quad kings on the flop, and it's like, yeah, you're an idiot. I appreciate the donation to my fund, but anyway, that's what's happening with Professor Dave right now.
Well, the reason I ask, and I'm not a bluffer. I'm wired like you would expect as a blackjack player. I play everything just by the numbers. If I don't have a hand, I don't pretend, and I'm just not wired like someone that could just, do what Professor Dave doing. I would have folded like way long ago and said, I screwed up, and that would be the end of it. I would not be trying to save face like this. I just couldn't keep the charade up. It'd kill me. I'm just not wired that way.
Not after, I would say after like lecture 3, I would have folded for sure. Like no ifs, ands, buts about it. Insta fold. Like I'm done because at that point, like at a minimum, Dr. Tor is going to be saying stuff that he doesn't understand. Like at a minimum, or if he does understand it, is just going to be like, oh crap, I've overstepped my bounds at this point. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he's even watching it.
Well, and everyone's been speculating, who's that one solitary downvote that always shows up before the video?
Well, there are a couple of major well, here's the thing. The first, and this is why I say after like the third one, because the first 3 episodes, there were several major trash talkers.
Oh yeah,
that kept showing up. Now this last couple, they have all vanished.
Yeah, and they haven't. I don't think they've been banned because one of them was a real trash talker, was real vulgar, and I don't think I saw any indication.
They have vanished. And it's like, and they haven't been replaced. Because here's the thing: even if they were banned, if they were those kind of nut jobs, they would have come back with a sock account. They would just change names and come back. It's like they don't want to hear this because it's annihilating their worldview and putting them in a position that is just oh crap, we don't know what we're talking about, and this is going to completely and utterly destroy the facade upon which my atheist worldview is dependent. And
exactly. And you know what? Professor Dave was, for a while, the most flagship response to James Tour. For a while. Big bluff. And, like kind of a donkey type of bluff.
Well, and this is why I really appreciate what Dr. Tour is doing. But at the same time, and this is not directed at him, I'm talking about in general, there are so many individuals who know, like, this kind of stuff has been known for a while, like quite some time. This right, it's taken until 2021 for. I mean, let's be blunt. Dr. Tour is making one of the most direct assessments and public calls to action that has potentially ever been instantiated in academia by an active member, not a retired person. I mean, I'm talking in the nuts and bolts of it, who's basically giving no quarter. I mean, none. And I'm not downplaying what other folks have done. I'm just saying, like, I'm talking just the public arena. It's pretty. I mean, and obviously, Dr. Tan and Dr. Stadler, they've done this, but I mean, like. My peer, I mean, the end of the way that Dr. Tour is ending these videos with the call to action to his peers and just a straight up debunk me, right? Like, prove what I am saying is incorrect. Prove what these guys are doing that I'm calling out. Prove what they're saying is correct, and why I'm wrong. I mean, this goes back to the gambling analogies. Dr. Tour knows they can't call his bluff because it's not a bluff, right? It's like I can only imagine what's going through his mind as a chemistry genius, of just being like, there's no way these idiots are going to come out and try and like claim that they can actually pull this stuff off.
And this is, you have a very good point, because when Behe came out and said ID and irreducible, he was showered, he's barraged. This time Dr. Tour say, I'm not defending ID, I'm just saying you guys are clueless. Very simple argument, and I like it. And he said, just argue the chemistry. And there's no response. Normally we'd see the blog sphere and the science journals writing letters to the editor and say, this is none of that. He really is holding the cards. And one thing I've seen in the comments section, there are physical chemists there and organic chemists practicing for decades. I have no reason to doubt their credentials, because we have Dr. Tan, Dr. James Carter, Dr. Ryan Hayes, Dr. Rob Stadler, and then a whole bunch of names that are not in the public sphere that I also know personally. They're right there. They said, yeah, Dr. Tour is telling it like it is. And as I've been trying to give these after shows and I was going through some of the basic chemistry, it's like, oh my goodness, this is so obvious. I mean, this is like almost, parts of it are almost just like senior level. Someone with a chemistry or biology, if they're willing to try to connect the dots and just think about it, it really is so brutally obvious. It's just, he really.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Exactly. That's what this guy right here, Red Barrel's doing right now.
Well,
I've been talking to him for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, we watched you go and you're like burning up your keyboard over there. But I mean, as I love to, not to play a bunch of videos and stuff, but as I always love to say, and this is what I feel like, what you're about to see is what I feel like Dr. Tour is doing right now. I mean, it's like, back up your claim, dude. I mean, it's a straight up just, I'm here, you're here. Which one of us is right? You claim that you know all this stuff. You claim you know how it works. You claim that we've got this problem solved. And moreover, you claim that you justify millions of dollars in funding. So, back up your claims. Prove that you are actually doing something of substance with federal research dollars and state research dollars and grants and all these different things that are happening with capital that could be going somewhere else to find about disease or whatever. Back up your claim. And no more of this beating around the bush and playing games. Like, let's be real here. And it's yeah, I think it's long overdue. And not, like I said, not that other people haven't been trying, but I mean, just the sheer level of aggression is epic, I think.
Oh, before I forget, I want to compliment you on your on some of those video segments. Outstanding, John. Both the commercials and then just your opening with, what do you call it? These cards or something that these logo things. I just wanted to compliment you on that.
Which thing?
Like your opening for the channel, you added some things where the text is moving across the screen and it's very visually appealing.
Are you talking about this thing?
What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another.
Is that what you're talking about?
Outstanding. And I know you showed me some of that technology, and it's still, you do it really well. I just wanted to say just when you showed that backing up your BS thing, it reminded me. I wanted to compliment you on your work for that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, that man, I had way too much fun doing that. I gotta fix the text, the colors and stuff on that later. But
like the WWE
oh man,
intro there.
Oh yeah. I was messing around earlier, and I finally like got around to doing a logo and stuff. And which, by the way, Sal, you'll appreciate this. If you look up in the top right corner, that's my new logo, and I've got 3 gears that are all working together. They're interdependent, and then obviously the one that's the same color. So there's like 2 gold ones. Obviously the plausibility one is the middle, but it's the correlates with that in the gears. But anyway, I was working on the animation earlier, and I was goofing off with the music, and just out of for my own entertainment, I was like, man, I wonder what it'd sound like if I did this. And so I started like doing like ad lib riffs. So I got some pretty funny B-roll, I'll tell you that much. But different random stuff, and that one I actually played on actually applying to the intro. It was completely ad lib, but I was like, man, I'm cracking myself up right now. I'm gonna have to do. I gotta do this. So I was figured out how to do. Anyway, actually, I'm gonna play it again. I got some good entertainment. I was cracking myself up playing that. I tell you what, I worked on that for like 3 hours. I was laughing my butt off the whole time.
Oh, I mean, it's very visually impactful, and I don't know why this hasn't. It's moving forward slowly, but just the brain does process visual images, and there's certain teaching modes that if you can leverage that in where the entertainment value isn't really distracting from the lesson you're trying to communicate, it's going to be very powerful learning. And I've often been thinking that, and there's been some discussion. I said, if we could only gamify the learning process, people would learn so quickly. And I was in the aviation training. You know, in my former life as an aviation engineer, my first job was building flight simulators that were also computer-based trainers. They would train the pilots how to set up their weapon system and to fire them. And we found that we could train the pilots. Some studies said maybe 30 times faster than traditional classroom methods. And I have to tell you, that trainer was fun. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the amount of information that can be absorbed can be much faster than we appreciate. And I have a serious issue with traditional education, especially from a speed standpoint, man. It's like, I understand, well, I get it, you have to slow it down for, some people who just don't have the capacity, but it's like you can learn things a lot faster than people really comprehend. And it's one of the reasons I get very irritated with the Evo tards about, if you don't have X degree, therefore you can't know. And I'm like, you know what, bro? I'll put in case in point. So, in the past 12 months, I have read no less than 40 books and no less than 400 papers on different topics. Because, how do I pull this off? Well, I am usually on a daily basis listening to audiobooks for no less than 3.5 to 4 hours a day at 2x speed. So that's one way you can get books a lot faster, right? If you're able to read a pretty substantial book in a, say, quote unquote, audiobook it's a 16-hour book normally to listen to. If you can listen to it in one day in 8 hours at 2x speed and comprehend it, you're being able to absorb information pretty quickly. And then now you understand the fundamentals, the basics, you know what to look for, and then you can go and find papers on a topic. and read in more detail. And it's like, I don't claim to be the same as a PhD. It doesn't mean I can't understand what the fundamentals are and what is being found. I can't comprehend what's being studied and what's being discovered. Like, this is... Now, are there multiple additional layers that could probably be, understood from higher levels of knowledge? Yes, absolutely. I agree 100%. I go back and read papers now with new levels of understanding and concepts, and it's like, oh, well, that's what they were talking. That's an additional piece of what I had noticed before. What I find ironic, though, is when I'm going back and reading stuff, yes, I'm getting more information, but it's not invalidating my original conclusions or the original perceptions. And that's what I'm finding very interesting about the whole topic. But on the flip side, with the atheists, it's like they consciously don't want to gain more information. Like, I'm actively trying to seek down every piece of, absorb every piece of data I can. And it's like they're consciously and willfully refusing to do so.
Yeah. And I'll say this just in fairness. I don't think necessarily the YouTube atheists are exactly representative of the general atheists. Unfortunately, I think they're a little bit too much for my comfort level representative, but there are some good pockets out there. But when you're describing what some of the stuff that was going on in Godless Girl's stream when they're talking about when she was passed out, I'm just like, yeah.
Well, yeah, well, those guys are those people are definitely like just scum of the earth. They're outliers. I mean, they're even more extreme than the average.
Yeah.
But I think what I said still applies in relation to the information absorption side of the equation. Like a lot of them, they might not be at the level of debauchery and just depraved human beings. Those people that we're talking about now, but they still don't want to have the knowledge.
Yeah. Some of the better ones just avoid the topic, and what I mean by that. One of my physics professor that actually got me through Johns Hopkins, I wouldn't have made it without him. He's an atheist as far as I could tell. The reason I say that is in the 80s, he used to be Richard Dawkins' drinking pal at Oxford. And I'm indebted to him. I mean, I pray for the guy because, I built a relationship there. He's like a second dad of sorts. I'm incredibly grateful he got me through graduate school. And so, I mean, people wonder why sometimes I'm friendly with the other side. It's like, well, I've had some good interactions, some really good guys that helped me along that I'm indebted to who were not Christians. And I pray for these guys, some of them. But as you know, there's some people that I've really just thrown the towel. It's like I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to interact with them because they're just so toxic. And at this point, I get no benefit. It used to be that I could even get at least a half decent argument, but now it's just like, why do I waste time on you guys? So
yeah. Hey, so real quick, so this who's this character that you're interacting with, Matt?
I'm not sure. He just kind of popped in about a half hour ago. And he doesn't seem to be very knowledgeable. He just keeps kind of beating around the bush. He doesn't want to talk about the landscape experiment at all. And then he just kind of put out something about nalinase, making it seem like that's the possibility of macroevolution taking place.
He put out nalinase. I wasn't reading the chat. I'm laughing.
I tried to explain that to him. I'm like, that's already. So this is just a derivative of something that's already in place. We already have an actual enzyme that could break that down from the beginning.
I'm going to put a link. Oh, go on. I'm sorry.
It's not new information that's being generated or anything like that.
Hang on. Before we continue, you guys annihilate him. Give me 1 second. So, character, whatever your name is, this, what you're about to listen to, you are the exact individual from which this was inspired.
What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. So, bro, the link is in the description. It's in the description. It's in the chat. You're welcome to come into the stream, back up your claims. You've been running your mouth, talking lots of trash in the side chat, claiming everybody doesn't know what they're talking about, that you don't, that you do. So, come on in, man. This is the whole purpose of this stream, is to give you the opportunity to come back up your bovine scatology and get annihilated. Or get annihilated. So, I mean, that's what you just heard is pre-recorded, man. Like, we're ready for you. So whenever you feel like coming in and backing up all your trash talking, feel free to do so. What's up, Will? How are you doing?
What up, boys? How's it going?
It's okay. He won't do it. He's too afraid.
Just thought of popping the chat and I'm chilling with you.
Oh man, look at that standard talking point.
That's okay. You can run away. Bye.
I'm sorry. Hey, Will.
Hello, Saul.
Hey, I couldn't put the link to a paper Dr. Sanford and I wrote that falsified the nylonase issue, and it's still being repeated. And people, I mean, I gotta appraise you, whoever cited it. People are now backing down from that. The editor of Cell Reports, the editor-in-chief, affirmed that Dr. Sanford and I's conclusion about nylonase is correct. It's an embarrassment, and it's still being cited as true. So all that about this frame shift and this emerging after 1935, there's a lot of evidence against it. One of the things that we discovered, and it was 6 weeks into my work on the project, is that mammalian trypsin can degrade nylon also. How is it that mammals can degrade? Actually, it was what we call nylon, specifically what we call nylon 6 oligomers. So I'm sorry, sir, you're not going to be able to back up your BS this time.
Oh, Saul is going.
If you want to debate the chemistry, I'll debate it. We can do phylogenetic analysis and bioinformatic analysis. So you just cited something. If you want to try to back up your BS here, you can argue with me over this.
Come on, Red Barrel.
I had a
talk to you.
I got pathetic, ineffectual, arrogant ignorance in here. It's so good. I love it how after you call them out and it's oh yeah, so your talking point, let me annihilate it real quick. Oh wait, the annihilation just went over your head. You're gonna now double down on your trash talking. I'm gonna annihilate you again.
So ad hominem usually happens whenever you've lost a fight. I hope you understand that.
This is typical standard atheists. When people actually know stuff like Saul has good knowledge, they're just not going to show up, but they're going to pick up on dude that, are just starting looking at all those type of stuff. But we actually have an expert here, Mr. Saul, and he can just destroy him. But apparently, according to the atheist, Saul doesn't know what he's talking about, but he won't even pop in there and, show Saul actually study that Saul is wrong. It's just really funny to see that. But actually, I had a question to you, Saul. It was, I think it's Michael B. He did a video about the mutation, and he cited, they did an experience with bacteria, and he said that they lost a bunch of information. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think it's the, something like a Lenski, something like that. That's not enough, right? It's like he was. I don't know if you saw his lecture on mutation on Discovery Institute. He did
I think so. This might be, if he's talking about the Lenski experiment, what had happened at 50,000 generations. It's very evident that the bacteria is losing genes in order to reproduce more successfully, and we have parallels of that with other creatures, like them losing eyes and wings and other organs. And just because when there's pressure to compete and competition for resources, there's a lot of pressure to just try to make as many offspring as you can. And one of the ways that's done is by losing genes. And bacteria may be able to recover them through horizontal gene transfer, plasmids, etc. But it's still not good for natural selection, because without those other mechanisms of being able to recover it, if the gene is actually lost in the biosphere, it's gone. You're not gonna.
It's not gonna come back.
And the reason this is really important, there's Darwin, like a lot of sketchy kind of theories, they use a lot of wordplay, because the idea of selection suggests purposefulness. So when humans make decisions and select a choice of, direction of what to do with something, they have foresight. They say, okay, we'll sacrifice this for right now for a gain in the future. What happens in nature is not like that. It's the reverse. It'll sacrifice long-term gain for short-term advantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's exactly happening, exactly what the way natural selection doesn't work. The way it's been advertised is to act like purposeful selection, and it's actually the reverse. It's very short-sighted, and it'll actually destroy things in the long term. And that's why that experiment was very devastating, because it agreed with what Michael Behe had predicted. It agreed with what he had predicted as he was following this experiment plus other experiments. And it also agrees with a lot of our observations in the lab and field that the most common form of natural selection is destroying parts.
To survive, right?
Yeah. To survive. That's the most common. There are some, what you might say, information gains or whatever. I'm just like, just say, okay, it's very easy to, like if you need to throw engine parts, parts of a car out or parts of an airplane to keep it flying, you can do that. It's very hard to make new parts.
Oh yeah, but
it is almost, that's a pretty good analogy. And so it's easy to get rid of a gene. It's almost impossible to make a brand new one.
Yeah, it's like you have a car and you need to, you have just a little bit of gas and you need to get somewhere. And if you don't get there, you're going to die. So you're just going to drop part out of the car. So you use less weight. So you have more gas, but you're losing so much for surviving for a little time.
Yeah. And we really see it with airplanes that are very weight conscious. There are all these trade-offs, but you see it in biology, and it's becoming pretty blatant. Because I'll say, okay, give me, just like in my debate with Dr. Dan, 2 of his examples were loss of organs or loss of function. Sickle cell anemia and elephants losing their tusks. He said, yeah, we have great examples of natural selection and fitness advantage. I said, okay, sickle cell anemia and elephants losing their tusks.
So they can't defend themselves.
What I find so fascinating about that is that Danny Boy is going to bust out sickle cell anemia. He's a PhD. It's like, Dan, are you suggesting that sickle cell anemia is not a well-recognized disease?
Problem.
Like, how are you going to be arguing for fitness and use as evidence a recognized disease?
Yeah.
Like, that makes no sense whatsoever to say that with a straight face.
Yeah.
And then be like, well, I'm a PhD. I'm a virologist. Like, you are? Well, okay, wannabe Dave. It's like, how does a PhD who is teaching microbiology and evolutionary biology at Rutgers University, how do they actually come out and argue that sickle cell anemia has something to do with, from a positive fitness standpoint? That makes no sense.
I'll tell you why he does. That's how the evolutionary community defines fit. And that's why Dapper Dino and I had a debate. I said and I actually said this to Dr. Dan one of the few times I kind of lost I had a mild irritation. I said, the definition of evolutionary fitness is garbage. I said, it's garbage, Dan. And then we had that same debate with me and Dapper Dino. I said, and I cited exactly similar examples: sickle cell anemia, losing organs. I said, this is nuts to be calling this
Evolution.
to be calling this more fit. There's a problem with with the definition of evolutionary fitness if it calls that fit. So how is it that Dr. Dan can do that? That's what he was taught, and that's what he'll stick by.
He's brainwashed. He has deceived himself into a lie, just as the Bible says.
But here's the thing. I don't know how you. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Sal. My question is, if you are theoretically a virologist, I assume that necessitates studying infectious disease, negative ramifications, etc., etc., negative effect on the body, right? In what scenario does it make sense to not be able to critically analyze something like sickle cell anemia with the same type of mental acumen that you would have to apply, at least theoretically, to be able to become a PhD virologist, and then not be able to connect the dots in terms of similar negative outcome? I mean, do you think I'm wrong on that? The point I'm making there? I mean, that seems like pretty much basic common sense to me.
Well, in a sense, we don't consider viruses getting sick or healthy. We're interested in trying to prevent them. So I guess those issues don't pop up as much as if you're dealing with.
No. I'm not suggesting that the virus gets sick. I'm talking about the effect of the virus on the host. In the same vein, if you have sickle cell anemia, is there not negative ramifications to the host? Well, not the host. I mean, the organism, right? There's dramatically more negative ramifications than positive. Like, oh, congratulations, you might not get malaria.
And there was another one with Tay-Sachs disease, and I actually cited it in my debate with Dapper Dino. I gave so many examples. There was an entire book. It's called Survival of the Sickest. When I first saw it, I laughed. I said, you got to be kidding. And they're trying to say, well, the original title of the book, it was a New York Times bestseller. It said, Survival of the Sickest, Why We Need Disease. And they said, we need high cholesterol, diabetes, Tay-Sachs disease, and sickle cell anemia because it's reproductively successful. And I just yeah.
That's like the direct antithesis of reality.
Yeah.
And, I mean, really, that's not even like, oh, I misinterpreted. Like, no.
And
who would come to that conclusion?
I mean, and we had that. I mean, in light of what I just said, if anyone ever wants to go back, we had a very cordial debate with Dapper Dino. We weren't screaming at each other, just very, very kindly to each other. But I mean, if you look at the substance of it, it's like, Dapper, I really like you as a guy, but what you're saying just can't resonate with me. And I don't know how it could resonate with anyone, but okay. Apparently you're sticking by your guns, and that's what a lot of your friends feel. And along those lines, for those very reasons, that's how you can kind of circumvent the problem of genetic entropy. You can be losing organs, you can be losing genes, but if you're making more babies, we can get dumber and dumber and lose our minds, but that's how we'll save humanity.
I mean, to me, that's like saying, if you put it in a different context, right? Like, yeah, so people are being born with major degradation in the quality of the cartilage in their joints. Therefore, at a relatively young age, they have massive arthritic issues and grinding of their bones. what is your conclusion? Is that a positive or a negative? Right? Like, if you claim that it makes you more fit, I don't know if, I mean, like,
Yeah, well,
you'd be considered an idiot, at least theoretically, right?
yeah. And I threw out a study there. I mean, it's actually, we laugh, and it's kind of also sad because it was true. A lot of very intelligent women, they're going to pursue their PhD or something, become, right in the middle of their best child, their optimality for childbearing. And a study was done. He said, yeah, very intelligent women have a very much higher proportion of childlessness, and I presumably also lower birth rates than women that aren't as smart. And the conclusion then was that natural selection is favoring people of less intelligence. What do you do with that? Because that's otherwise a wonderful trait. I mean, maybe culturally, if you just let these women go ahead and start bearing children at the optimal age, you could clearly see that, that would still be a very nice trait to have, this extra intelligence. But the way society is structured, uh, natural selection now is picking the less intelligent, and they're very concerned that the average IQ is going to continue to decline because of this, among other things.
And average IQ has been declining rather significantly in this past century. It peaked at like I think it's since the 1930s. It's been on a full scale cratering collapse of on the average level, and I'll tell you what, I've read some studies on this a couple years ago, and when I was looking at the information on it, it actually somewhat extenuated my patience level, which is ironic, right? I was forced to realize and to accept that there are a lot of dumbasses, and there was like no way around it. Like, you have to just accept this is an unfortunate reality. But beyond that, there's actually a reduction in processing speed. And I'm like, interesting. So if there's a reduction in processing speed, and very often it's not like actual cognitive capacity, it's just the speed. And it forced me to kind of be willing to slow down and be more patient, to an extent. To an extent. But it was also kind of a depressing thought of like, wow, if... Oh, the biggest piece that I found very fascinating from the study, though, was the direct corollary between adult mental maturity and IQ. And what they're determining is that once you get down below about 92, I think it was, you are basically running into a mental maturity plateau. And so, like, I remember one of the number points they put on there was like, if you have an IQ of 85, has the mental maturity of a 13-year-old. So when you think about that, of the large number, we're talking about in the hundreds of millions now of people at that range, and even as a quote-unquote adult, they're still mentally operating with the maturity level of, say, a 13-year-old. And then when we look at some of the just completely imbecilic things we see happening in modern society by quote-unquote adults, and it's like, what kind of an idiot would do this? Insert random action, right? When you think about it from the context of, okay, if I had the abilities and the quote-unquote privileges of being an adult, but I still thought like I did when I was 13 years old, what kind of dumb crap might I get into? Because I don't no longer have the parental restrictions that I did when I was a kid, right? In my case. And I'm not saying this justifies all the madness we see going on, but to me, it provides an additional layer of like helping to make sense of it all. Of like, so awesome. We've got a bunch of grown adults running around, but they're actually thinking like they're 13 years old. This is a problem, and so many potential negative ramifications of that from a big picture perspective. All right, boys. It is 3:26. I don't know. It's 4:30 for you.
Well, I'm happy to hang out with Pigs Can Fly for a little bit before we say goodnight. If you need to shut the stream down, go ahead.
Now, if you guys want to keep going, you're welcome to. I'm going to go to sleep. But if you guys want to keep talking, you're welcome to keep on
Thank
going.
you so much. Thank you so much for hosting this. It's really comforting during this lockdown, and also when I'm working on papers and I'm having writer's block. You know, sometimes just reducing the stress helps.
Oh, yeah.
Helps me write.
Yep, it's always good to have interaction with folks. So yeah, you guys keep on going. Everybody, appreciate you coming to the stream. Hope you had a good time, enjoyed, and before I personally sign off, as I always say, when you consider the evidence, the things we discuss, and the different arguments that are made about the fundamentals of your very existence, I always suggest that you try to apply the components of my screen name, which is making sure that everything you conclude is logical, plausible, and probable. Have a great night, y'all, and have fun with Sal and Matt. And if anybody wants to join, like ASAP, I'll put the link in the description and give you a second or two to join in. But other than that, I will see y'all soon.
Well, Matt, I guess it's just you and me, brother. I know you're on the West Coast, and that helps. It was great seeing your little one there. Everyone was just adoring her, and so congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I probably should sign off too, but
yeah, I don't want to keep you guys up too late. I know.
I just wanted to say it's really nice meeting a submariner. I mean, I know doing things professionally is different than kind of an outsider viewing things, because a lot of professions look so glamorous from the outside, and some of the difficulties, particularly the World War II adventures of the U.S. Navy, their submarine fleet, it is very glamorized, but there's a reason they called them pig boats back then. And did you get, I mean, as part of your time in the Navy, did you study World War II submarines, or?
I didn't study it, but I mean, I had to go through a course that went over the history of quite a bit of interactions that we had in World War II. And that only lasted maybe about a month of my schooling whenever I was going through my courses for navigation and everything. But I had to learn trigonometry and navigation via astronomy, a few other things like that. So,
yeah, because I've just been so fast. I think it's the human drama too that that compels me. It's the submarine is definitely a part of it, and I just read these stories. I'm just like, wow. I shared this one with you. Let me see if I get the name of the submarine correct.
I mean, I remember hearing stories of like old subs that like blew themselves up with torpedoes. I remember hearing stories of ones that went down with fires. Of course, there's the turtle. If you know anything about that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's
the one that. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness! The World War II torpedoes. They would have a circular run, so there's something wrong, in their navigation. It would just stick, and so it would just go in a circle. That was really scary because it could go right back to the sub. I mean, even though you'd think the sub could move away from it. Very sad story. I should know the name of it. It was commanded by Richard O'Kane, and his ship got hit by his own torpedo. And in World War
I remember
II.
the name O'Kane.
Oh yeah, O'Kane.
Yeah.
He fired his 24th torpedo, which was his last one, and that was the one that was that sunk him, his own torpedo. And sad, I mean, I shouldn't laugh because only he, a total of 7, including him, survived. Really sad.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that any of them survived that. But let me see if this was the one on the Congo. I just before I say goodbye, I wanted to share this with you.
No,
I don't know if it
yeah.
mean anything. Oh yeah, this is it. There was the USS Sea Lion, and November 21st, I would presume this would be 1944. They picked up, I'll just read this. By 0048, the Pips were made out to be 2 cruisers and 2 battleships. Okay, so at 020 on November 21st, she made radar contact with an enemy formation moving through the Taiwan Straits at 16 knots and not zigzagging. By 0048, the Pips were made out to be 2 cruisers and 2 battleships. At 0146, 3 additional ships, escorts, one on either beam of the formation and one on the starboard quarter became visible. Sea Lion had in fact intercepted a powerful surface fleet consisting of the battleships Yamato, Nagato, and Kongo, the cruiser Yahagi, and the destroyers Hamakaze, Isokaze, Yurakaze, Utikaze, Kiri, and Yumi. At 2:45,
Is this the one where they were dropping depth charges and they managed to survive?
No, you know what they did? They decided to take on this task force with a surface attack. Now it was raining.
I think I might have heard about this one.
Oh yeah, this was like, you've got some major components here. I mean, you're taking on. I mean, that's why I read the list here. And okay, so I'll just try to read this. I mean, because I figured you'd appreciate. I mean, I hope you appreciate it.
That's amazing. I mean, yeah, they would be willing to do that, especially surface. But not okay. By the way, they only had 1 deck gun. That they could mount. And those old boats. I mean, they weren't able to house a whole lot of weaponry. So they had the torpedoes and they had just the 1 deck gun if they had it. So that's assuming that they even brought it with them.
Yeah. So I'll read the rest of the account. And at 02:45, Sea Lion, ahead of the task force, turned in and slowed for attack. 11 minutes later, she fired 6 torpedoes at the second ship in line, Kongo. At 02:59, she fired 3 at Nagato. At 0300, her crew saw and heard 3 hits from the salvo, flooding the 2 of the Kongo boiler rooms. And it's almost too bad they don't give more of an account. I saw a dramatization of this. I just like, you guys have major cojones. And,
yeah, seriously.
And then,
well, another thing about it is that those ships, they don't turn on a dime. So, like, having to aim that, could you imagine?
Yeah.
Having to aim those shots, that's so crazy.
And this is the funny part. After they had done that attack, they started chasing the formation and stalking it.
Man.
And these guys were running. Well, I mean, it's understandable why they're running, because the U.S. is very powerful at that time with their air force, and they may have been having to run just because they had to try to get out of where they were. But it's still really funny. It's a single surface submarine, diesel electric submarine, chasing a battle formation like that, attacking it on the surface and then chasing it. I was like, wow.
I think it might have been just, if it were fully surfaced, it would take a lot longer to get back down submerged than it would have to even try to attack at that point. So probably that's more like they had no other options. So they were like, you know what, let's just do it.
I was, my jaw dropped. And in the dramatization, which had obviously some liberties, and I think this would be accurate, it was dark at night and it was rainy. And it made it very difficult for the destroyers and the escorts and the other ships to see the conning tower. So,
Yeah.
because there's this one scene where the lookouts and the captain were talking to each other. They said, they closed within like 1,000 yards. I mean, really close. And they said, they can't see us. They can't see us. And I think that affected their choice to continue with the attack. They realized they were able to keep closing, and because of the squalls, they took advantage of that. You could see the big old battleships, but they couldn't see that little conning tower. And
Oh yeah.
yeah. So
Well, they've done a lot of work lately because we have a lot of masts that have to come up from the bridge area, and so I don't know how much you know how that layout looks like, but they have about 6 different masts that have to come up out of the bridge, and so they have 2 periscopes. They've got an certain RF transponder that pops out of there. There's also supposed to be an extra radar, and there's the main radar, and there's a radar that we put on top of it. And anyways, all these things have to come up there. So they've actually painted them in special ways that allow it to be very difficult for you to see these things. And they also have, what was it? There's I forget what it's called off the top of my head. Yeah, it does high frequency instead of just the low frequency transponders for our radio division. I forget what it's called, but it comes over. It's like a little black globe, like a semicircle there, and like that's specifically for the purpose of just being, camouflaged.
I found the video clip, and I moved it to the timestamp. Not that I expect you to watch it since we're the only 2 here, but I'm just going to provide it anyway. Maybe we could always watch it together sometime. And like I said, this tends to give it a lot more glamour, because I'm sure submarine life can be very monotonous in the sense of just trying to just do everyday living, and combat is hopefully very rare. And it seemed to be a lot of the case even for submarines that saw, quote unquote, a lot of action. There was a lot of time just traveling in the patrol and just scouting for targets. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories that I remember. The thing is, like, I took that history class like 10 years ago, more than that actually. Now that I think about it, it was like 2009, I think. So yeah, just a little bit longer than that. So quite a bit's happened since then, but yeah, I still remember some of the stories. But most of the ones I did remember were just more the dangerous ones where people died, and a lot of lives were lost during that period. What was it, 52 submarines that went down during World War II, and they actually have a whole wall memorial that they made there in, I want to say it was in Connecticut. Yeah, they made something like that there.
The name of the submarine by O'Kane that got hit by its own torpedo is the USS Tang.
Tang, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that one.
I mean, what someone said, and I totally get it, is a lot of what the silent service does today really just don't need to talk about it, and right. So that's why I'm sorry.
No, I said right.
Yeah. So the reason for my fascination is so much of this is recorded in just surprising detail, and they have the diaries, and then the exact. And what's really compelling is because I think because the United States, Japan became an ally of the United States after the war, so we get a lot of the records from the other side, which is really compelling because you get a play-by-play on each side. And
yeah, I haven't actually heard any of the like the Japanese accounts and things like that. I would love to see some of that stuff just to see what they had to say about it. But then again, I mean, I know that it would probably be pretty biased. So.
Well, some of the Japanese accounts is, I mean, some of it is, I mean, it's tragic, but also just like kind of almost mundane factual. They'd say, yeah, you know, we heard, this is where it was. The details, like when the Shikaku carrier was sunk by the USS Kavala, they were specifying exactly where the torpedo hit and what room got flooded. I mean, just all the details of where it hit, what exploded. And it's, you know, where's the submarine? He's launching the torpedoes, turning away and just trying to survive a oncoming depth charge attack. So it was just interesting to hear that they could get so many details of what was actually happening, what the American crews couldn't see. The survivors of the sinking were giving very detailed accounts of what exploded and when and the sequence. And yeah, it was.
I mean, it's kind of tragic. I mean, no, I never like to hear about like loss of life, especially like now that I'm a Christian. But it's just one of those things that, we kind of have to hear it from the horse's mouth in this situation. You know, there's no other way of taking it. You know?
Yeah, and you know, again, maybe I look at it almost from a video game kind of thing, and then you remember it's like, oh, these are real people. You know, sometimes that's what happens when I start to read the diary. Then I feel kind of really sad.
Yeah, when I hear the accounts of like submarines that actually went down and they had like living people that were still in the ship before, and they ended up just dying of starvation or oxygen deprivation, or
I didn't
just
know
liver
about the
being crushed.
starvation accounts. Wow.
They were. I mean, so the reason why they know that this was the case is because they were at a certain depth, so they didn't get crushed or something like that, but they were never actually found. So it's just one of those things that you're just gonna have to deal with, knowing that would have been the case, and so they can kind of put it two and two together with a lot of this stuff, but they don't have like actual writings or anything like that from somebody that was on those ships or anything like that.
And I guess it hits home since you were inside a submarine.
Yeah.
And
our ship, I mean, I'm not really able to go too much into detail, but most of the ships would have a crush depth of at least 1,200 feet. So if anything beyond that, you'd basically be hearing the hull come in on itself, and then we'd all die. So we were usually operating a little bit higher than that, but there's just a lot of things that you'll start to hear and notice, and you'll start to really see the effects of pressure, like on the pipes and things like that, the fire main. Everything gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, I heard one submariner. I don't know if it was, they had a few World War II submarines operating in the 60s. I mean, just they were still in service. Or I don't know if this is the nuclear fleet, but they said what they used to do, they'd put a string between the starboard and the port, and they said,
you
okay,
see it come in.
Yeah,
and it would start to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Oh, you saw that?
They did the same. They did the same thing. Yeah.
Oh man.
No, we did it from different angles too. We also had a set of curtains, because in control, what they do is to keep the light from going out of the periscopes, they'll block the periscopes off, and so like the top part of that is connected to the outer hull from the top part, and so you'll start to see that part start to come in like this a little bit. You're like, what the heck is going on? And so, but it's really subtle, especially whenever you're super low in depth. And usually, of course, at that point, we'll have the lights on because we're really low, we're really deep in. They'll have like all the curtains pulled back, but you can still see the curtains kind of starting to droop and put down. And you're like, what the heck? This is pretty scary. So,
do you hear creaking?
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness! I think that would
haunting. It is a haunting sound to hear that, because I mean, again, this is supposed to. So our ship was made of HY 100, which is high yield 100,000. It's 100,000 pounds per square inch. Is what my understanding is for that steel. So it's able to withstand a crazy amount of pressure. But again, we were only at a maximum, like 1,000 feet, something like that. So that's just assuming that that's the case, and you're hearing the whole come in like that. That's crazy to think about how much pressure that would have to be. So,
yeah.
anyways,
I don't think I could ever get used to that. If I were that's just not a sound I want to hear. Maybe ending on a happy note, one that didn't involve any war. I did meet a captain of a ship, Captain Kennington. I knew his son in school, and he had commanded one of the ships that went under the North Pole, and he broke the ice. He said he busted his periscope doing it, but I thought that was really cool.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and some of the earlier adventures, like with the Nautilus, I'm like, you guys are guts. You could have died, because they were saying, we were getting 20-foot clearance above and below. I'm just like, you guys are nuts.
That's scary. Yeah.
You're underneath the North Pole. You got 20 feet of clearance up and down.
Yeah.
And they said, I don't know what the decision was, but they decided they had to just keep moving forward. And thankfully, they survived. But there was one really cute story. One of their cooling filters, one of their cooling systems that didn't, that wasn't connected to the radioactive part, but they still had to cool the reactor. It developed a leak or something, and they had to plug it. And so the guys, what they did is they painted over the markings, because they pulled into a port, and they tried to, I don't know if they went into civilian clothes, but they tried to be as low key as possible. They went to the auto parts stores and started getting radiator filling. It's the funniest story to plug the Nautilus. I'm going to have to look up that story, because it's just one of those that it just seemed too cute to believe. And I need to beat that one up.
Yeah, I remember hearing about ships that had to go up north through the northern runs, because they had to be so there's special equipment that has to be donned onto the submarine for them to break through the ice. And also there's a special sonar set that you have to have as well, because they have what they call, I forgot the name of that. It's like where you can find little spots like that are basically weak ice, and so that you can basically come up underneath it, know where you're at, and then if you have to, you can backpedal, and then we can come back up and do a emergency blow to break the ice or something like that. And so yeah, I had to learn training for that, but I never got to go do it myself, unfortunately. I thought it was interesting, and I was like, that'd be pretty cool to check out. But at the same time, I was like, man, I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have to go through
how many tries can you get? You're going to run out of air. You can't keep blowing all your tanks.
Oh yeah, you only get one emergency blow, and you have to recharge. I think like 30 hours. I think it is, to get all the air back. So
you better break through the ice.
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely one of those things. It's life and death a lot of times. Not all the time, but definitely the majority of the time. Especially cases like that, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, I think that thank God that all the boys came home from, at least as far as I could tell, from the Arctic adventures. Because
praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord, because that looks really dangerous.
Yeah.
Just navigating there and all the ice. Amazing. Well, that's all I had. I'm gonna probably finish up, and it's been delightful hanging out with you. It was great meeting Mrs. Pixconfly and your little one there. Do you have 2 kids or 1?
I got 3. I got my oldest his name is Kai. He's 4 years old, and my middle child Willow, she's over here sleeping, and then the baby Judith, you also heard over here because she was awake. And
that's wonderful.
Yeah, she doesn't have a sleep schedule yet, so.
Well, Matt, you take care. It's always fun hanging out with you, and it's always hard to say goodbye, but it was really great hanging out with you. While I did a little work here and there, it's very comforting. So I'll see you around.
All right. Before I let you go, I was just going to say thanks everyone that was praying for me and my family. We've actually had a huge comeback, and just everything's been going really well for us. I really appreciate your prayers. And God bless everyone. Y'all have a blessed night. All right. Take care.